Yes, this is it. That's right. Day 6 of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. And as you might have seen on that leaderboard moments ago, not a lot of room to wiggle for some of these teams. And this first matchup might be one that decides a whole lot of fates. SK Gaming versus Hype Boys. After that, Chivas Esports versus Strangers. TIKIS Tribe Gaming versus PUIGINS, the leader, who will come out on top at the end of that one. And then Team Queso versus SK CALALAS. The standings, of course, one more time. But this time, with some casting. PUIGINS on top, undefeated, unsurprising. Tied at second right now. Well, not exactly tied, but fighting for second place. Shot CALALAS, Tribe Gaming. Strangers securing their way through as of yesterday, but what type of spot will they be in when they go to that bracket phase? Chivas Esports, Hype Boys, Team Queso, all kind of fighting it out at the bottom. SK Gaming, the Bagel, thus far, right now trying to play for some pride. I don't know if it's possible for them to jump into 6th place. I believe that due to the matchup situation, their only chance is to beat Hype Boys today and then win again tomorrow and hope that Team Queso and Hype Boys both lose out for the rest of this competition. That's their chance, and it's not a big one, but we'll be here for it today and tomorrow. Hello, welcome. I'm Rich Slayton, and this is the Queso Cup Teams Edition, the last 2 days of 7 of Split 1, and of course day 9 of my 10 days of casting Clash Royale in a row. Hope that you've been enjoying it. I know I have, and of course I've been enjoying it mostly because we have a phenomenal competition taking place throughout this entire year. We are currently in the first split, March and April split number 1. But again, this is a year-long event with $65,000 on the line. Split number 2 later in the summertime in July and August. Following up with that, we have our last chance qualifier and the big grand finals in December. Speaking of split 1, where we are right now, this is the 6th of 7 days for our league phase, as these players try to vie to be in the top 6. You saw that leaderboard before. Green goes, blue goes home. And right now, they are all trying to vie for that spot in the single elimination bracket, which will be best of 5 later in this April. 22nd and 23rd. And of course, we talked about this yesterday, but those top 2 spots get a first round bye in this competition. $15K on the line for this month. And to help me call all the action, you know him, you love him. He may be in and out because the power is dipping in and out in Perth, Australia. But everyone, one more time, please welcome SB in the house. Let's go. What's up, dude?
Hi everyone, thank you Rich for that wonderful intro. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, apart from the power situation. I might have to drop out at some point just because the power goes off, but apart from that, I'm looking forward to watching some great Clash Royale gameplay today.
And you actually said yesterday that our first match of the day, SK Gaming versus Hype Boys, was the one you were looking forward to the most. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it's do or die, and that's when the pressure comes on. The gameplay either gets better or worse, and it just makes it all more exciting for the viewers.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into it now. We do have our first match of the day. And hold on, there we go. There's our gameplay, folks. Faust versus Coco. And today we have face cams. We'll have those today and tomorrow for the rest of this competition, so we can get a look at all the emotions as they ebb and flow throughout this big one. Because again, SK Gaming needs to win out. They need to beat Hype Boys so that they have the head-to-head match and win tomorrow. And they have to hope that Queso loses both of their remaining matches.
So it looks like Coco going to be starting off with Drill today. He had a lot of success with Mortar, but playing the Drill is interchangeable for Miner in this deck. Faust looking like possibly an RG. He was also playing that yesterday too. Another strong, solid comp deck.
And I'm just going to double check to make sure of one very important fact here, and that is on day 7. Yes, so this is actually interesting because we thought the SK was completely out. But if SK beats Hype Boys and they go to 1 win, and Hype Boys stays at 1 win, and SK wins again tomorrow and Hype Boys loses to Chivas tomorrow, SK could leap over Hype Boys. Then Team Queso with only 1 win so far. They have shot CALALAS today, and guess who they have on day 7, SB?
Who do they have, Rich?
They have PUIGINS. So
No
that's going to be a
way.
big challenge. Yeah. So the drama is not over here, folks. It only gets bigger.
No, and if there's a team to do it, it's SK as well. You know, we put them as favourites possibly going into the start. So even though they haven't had the best time, they still have the chance to do it, and we have faith in them.
And the RG going to go ahead and die right there, 24-74 to 23-45 as we enter into double elixir time.
Yeah, I think Faust is going to start getting a bit more momentum now. Double's always favouring RG, especially with the Monk, because you always want that Monk in front, and that 5 elixir plus a 6 elixir RG just definitely favours you. Going into double, you've got that extra elixir to spare, and going into the same lane too is going to be a huge plus for him.
And Drill goes to the outside, and that's going to be a lot of Fireball value. Monk not able to get reactive there, and Fireball will clean up Goblins, put a lot of damage there. Death Bomb, a little extra, not the Death Bomb, the, what do we call the Mighty? You know, I've never thought of what we call the Mighty Miner's Bomb.
I'm not sure either. It's just
It's not dead.
an explosion. Yeah, it's like a reincarnation or something like that. Who knows?
Is there an official term for the bomb? Anybody in chat, do you know? Let me know. If there isn't an official term, what do you think we should call the Mighty Miner's bomb that he leaves behind? Weigh in now. You might be able to affect casting for years to come.
Faust here getting his first big push off, hoping that it pays off. He doesn't seem to... Oh, he just gets the ability off, that's great, but it still does die just because it's such low HP. A pretty good defense there all round from Coco, and he's really commanding quite what should be a hard matchup. He's doing this by being aggressive with his drills. Faust is giving him lots of fireball value, a very nice prediction log there, going to force an extra fisherman out of him, and those goblins are getting so much damage.
A ton of damage, 695 on that left-hand tower to 2080. Monk up high, going to wait for that Musketeer to come in and target. Going to get Musketeer plus Bomb Tower plus Princess Tower. So that's all the reflection that you want from the Monk. No, doesn't get the Bomb Tower in the reflection. Oh, disaster. And that should have been a lot more damage for Faust than it actually ended up being.
Yeah, a great Mighty Miner there from Coco, acknowledging that he's about to press the ability. Let's pull it out the way and have a better chance at defending that push. A great Fireball. Another, he's just going for spell damage at this point, but that drill makes him get fireball value every time. So even if he expects not to get the drill damage, he's getting fireball value because of it.
We see the Mighty Bomb, the Tunnel TNT, and one person says it's called the Explosive Escape.
Wow, and that RG gets pushed there by the Mighty Miner, being a heavy troop it is, that it goes around it and doesn't pull to Coco's Bomb Tower. So that's a lot of damage that Coco doesn't want to take at this point in the game.
And Prediction Log tries to help for that drill. Fireball the opposite direction, and now in a lot of trouble is Faust. 173 remaining. I don't know if we can get anything significant down in time here, and that's just going to be Log Fireball. GG, well played. Coco takes game number 1 in decisive fashion.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Coco at the minute. He seems like he's playing like a top player. I always see him toward the top of like 32 CRL. He always is in contention of making it, but this gameplay is something that you'd see more in World Finals. He's just so solid.
And a lot of people are asking, I saw someone in the chat ask, who are these guys on Hype Boys? I don't see them on top ladder. Well, Hype Boys may be a team that you can speak more to, SB, because you played with and against lots of these players in CRL Asia.
Yeah, there are a lot of top CRL Asia pros. I think the majority of people aren't seeing them at the top of ladder because they keep changing names. So Line being one of probably their best players of all time. He's had some big career wins. He's been on some great teams. He's always been an influential player. I believe he's got a number 1 or a number 2 finish on ladder back when Iceberg was very strong. And then you've also got Geralt, Coco, all some top Korean players that still have influence within the game. But they've got that ability to come back into competition because they've got the natural skills that they used back when they were in CRL Asia competing at the top.
Well, we'll see if they're able to continue the trend or break the trend, maybe is a better way to say this, because this has been the story of Hype Boys, is moments of absolutely brilliant, you called it, World Finals level gameplay, mixed with just complete mental lapses. And I think that's been the real challenge, and more than anything, that might be an indication of, for lack of a better term, ring rust, or I guess we would call it arena rust in this case, but either way, have maybe not being as in form as their overall lifetime of skills would normally allow them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Rich, there. It always takes a bit of time to get back into comp. You know, you can have these flashy moments, but sometimes it can just, you see the game going past you just because you're not used to being in these high-stress situations. So I think it's just about them getting that ring rust off, as you say, and just getting back into competing at the top.
And Morten in here second for SK Gaming. He's going to activate with the, no, unfortunate, unlucky. Second wall breaker does not activate. And
this is going to be a lot of damage here.
The woes continue for SK Gaming. And they are going to have some good damage overall with the 2262 on the bottom right-hand tower. But again, this is, you know, maybe the same story here for SK. Both of our bottom two teams, the best way I can describe it is some uncharacteristic misplays.
Yeah, and even that Golden Knight there, he wanted the bar barrel for tank to that Prince, and just it coming down a little bit too early, losing his Golden Knight, and now he's down 4 elixir. He should be able to defend if he plays a bit passive, and he definitely, Morten's idea is just getting to double right now, but this Mega Knight push could be hard to deal with if he doesn't have an E-Wiz, let's say.
And goes for the bird to pick up the Inferno Dragon, and that clear
Great
from
arrows.
the arrow is going to get the Inferno Dragon on tower for a lot of burn. It ramps up now down to about 1,000 HP. I never heard someone say 1,000 before, right? I've heard like 1,100, 1,200, but never 1,000.
Mm-hmm. I think it's because 1,000's a word. I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Morten now here, he's happy to hit double. Coco's only direct damage is going to be the miner and the arrows, but if he's able to lane block, this game's still very much in his reach. He just needs to keep on placing troops in this lane, get some good bridge interactions, not allowing Coco to build up these big pushes, and hopefully get some drills down, some magic archers, and paired with a Nado, he'll end up getting damaged slowly but surely if he plays this correctly.
Cannon Cart not able to get in deeper. Magic Archer has to be picked up by the Bandit on the left-hand side by Coco, but now we see the real danger of this. The most annoying deck, the most difficult deck to face, it feels like, right now in competitive gameplay. Maybe you're facing this on ladder. This Mighty Miner Prince Wallbreakers deck that is just everywhere.
Yeah, there's just so many ways to punish you. You've got the Prince, you've got the Mega Knight, and when they all come down together, every one of those troops seems like they require a different counter, and doing that all at once takes some real skill, and that's why it's so hard to face in comp and on ladder.
And Morten gets the King Tower activation here late in game. Both towers teetering on the edge.
Yeah, I'm not sure how important that King Tower activation is going to be for Morten. It'll definitely help him in some situations. It'll force Coco to place a Mara in a different situation, but that wall breaker connecting is very big. It only comes down to a few arrows and hopefully 1 or 2 minor hits for Coco, and he may have this game without Morten even doing one offensive push.
Golden Knight does get some damage there on the right-hand lane, while the Ghost is picked up by the Prince on the left-hand lane. You know, it does feel like with this deck, because it's so heavy, it feels like you should be able to sneak some stuff by on occasion against this deck, but the reality is you have to spend so much elixir defending everything that the elixir advantage you think you would get, those opportunities don't seem to present themselves.
Yeah, and after you use all this elixir to defend, you've always got the Phoenix cleaning things up, so you may get a positive trade on a few things, but then the rest of the troops coming down the lane end your counterattack before it's even started.
Goes to the right, picked up again easily by the Prince. Magic Archer going for some geometry here. And that's good damage at this stage, but is it too little too late?
A lot of pressure coming down here. Morten should be able to deal with it though. However, both towers now starting to take a beating.
30 seconds left. Prince sets up on the weak side lane. There is pressure in both sides for Morten, but Coco certainly has a big-time lead here. Mega Knight does give up a little bit of damage. Now double Magic Archer. Is there a Nado to pull all this together? Can the Magic Archers line things up? They line up a whole lot. Oh
wow.
My word! How in the world did Morten pull that off?
Yeah, what a clutch there by Morten. The power of those double magic archers getting so much damage per second just absolutely melted his towers when it looked like Coco had the win in the bag.
That is an absolute wow moment. And of course, we got to go take a look at the replay for this one. Just unbelievable. Morten looked dead in the water for so long in this game. And you see this magic archer, 30 seconds left. Just keep your eye on the left-hand side of the screen. And one thing about this deck from Coco is that unless you're using miners or unless you're doing combos with arrows, getting to troops that are ranged troops on the other side of the field are just hard. That first magic archer stays on for so long, a second magic archer comes down, the NATO pulls it all together, and the Mega Knight just can't quite get there in time. And that might be one of the most exciting comebacks in the long and storied comeback career of Morten.
Yeah, definitely, Rich. I think the only saving grace there for Coco was maybe to play his Ewers, but unluckily for him, he didn't get that down in time, and the magic archers just got so much damage to where he couldn't deal with it.
And the drill here, this is really nice stuff to pull everything back for a moment. Does get the slight little goblin hit, but this double magic archer, you know there's nothing that can be done for it. You're not going to get it spelled off, and they just go bang, bang. I could watch that replay over and over and over again, SB.
Yeah, every single one of those magic archer darts hit every single time. It wasn't even like one was off for a second. That NATO was perfect. Both the magic archers just sniping away at that tower. It was 1,000 damage in like about 5 seconds, and it was interesting to see there that Morten only played his drill for the very first time in the last 20 seconds, and that's when he won the game.
And they
so that's how it shows.
They haven't even gotten the next game ready.
Patience.
I think everyone is just reacting too much to this one. They haven't even gotten the next game prepared. So it's going to be Morten versus Line. Very excited to see that one. And I think I'm getting a little bit of behind the scenes here, because it does look like Hype Boys might actually all be in the same team house together, or at least in a house together, because I'm seeing just a little, I'm not going to show it to you, I'm seeing it looks like they're moving the camera around from player to player. So that's actually kind of exciting and very cool for them to be able to have that experience.
Yeah, some of these players have been in the same teams before, and I'm sure they're just putting everything into it, trying to get some success in this competition. And it's even just fun playing back in teams, especially when you can do it in person. It really promotes your gameplay and helps you in every way possible.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously had some good time playing on teams, and our next matchup between Line, also known as Quinoa now, is coming right down the pipe now. The practice is certainly different in this modern era, as people have to find competitors to practice against. How did your practice regimen go when you were playing on teams?
Yeah, so I think it was split up in lots of different ways. If you're playing the 1v1 for that week, during that time in teams, the person that you were likely playing against was always had like a set of comfort decks. So you'd spend a lot of time playing against their comfort decks, making sure you could beat them. And then sometimes you go into ladder, some into grand challenges, because you can't always be practicing against your teammates. It was just a lot of different things. But I think the thing that we miss now is just the talking and the talking about decks, talking about strategy. It happens a lot less now because it's more just focused on some top gameplay.
And Miner gets picked up by the Electro Giant on the left-hand side. One of the more fun ways to pick up a Miner, I'd say. And now dual lane pressure as the Inferno Tower comes down. And the Golden Knight pulling double duty there. Does get the initial Inferno Tower interaction, but then goes into the dash, resets it, and still picks it up. No E-Giant damage on the left-hand side, but a nice little elixir advantage. Might have to spend just a bit to clean things up here for Line.
Yeah, and a nice deck here from Line, playing with the E-Giant and the Miner, 2 win conditions, and I think in this matchup he's definitely going to be thankful that he's got this Miner and this Poison if he has Poison in his last card, because this E-Giant is definitely not going to get many hits if he doesn't have a Lightning in his deck. That Inferno Tower is just going to melt away and he won't be able to deal with it much. He's got nothing to distract it, so it's going to be mainly a Miner versus Miner. It'll be interesting to see what Morten's last spell is. It used to be Rocket mainly, but since the Rocket nerfed, I've been seeing players play Poison a lot more.
An ability just there to clean up rather than deal with the Ice Spirit push. E-Giant being used defensively a couple of times here, maybe making him play E-Giant not where he'd like to in this cycle.
Yeah, I think that was just a sacrificial E-Giant. He might not have had the best cycle, and like I said, his mine is going to be his main point of damage. So even if he plays that E-Giant in the front, that miner will come in undefended, or it will be tanked for by the E-Giant, so it will get a little bit extra damage, and it will require Morten just to think that little bit more.
And now finally an E-Giant played in rhythm for Morten. And it looks like someone on the Line's team, by the way, it's handheld camera. So I don't know if we'll get some fancy camera work at some point here. They'll do some zooms and pans and sweeps, but we are getting the Blair Witch experience on the Hype Boys side of things for the moment. Second E-Giant down at the bridge, and Inferno Tower easily back in cycle. Is Line going to be going for, and you know what, I realized I completely had to slip around for a second because they were playing opposite sides. Is Line going to be sending miners to that Inferno Tower at any point?
I think no. I think miner's just literally going to be mining the tower, just because even if you spend that miner on that Inferno Tower, it's just too strong. It'll defend both of them, and it's just going to be a miner versus miner, but with a few E-Giants just to hopefully throw Morten off at some point. Morten's going to be having a harder time though, just because Line will have that tornado, so his miners will be predicted a lot more. But that Goblin sneaking through and getting so many hits is going to be crucial. A high Inferno Tower there for Morten, acknowledging that he's got no resets. Kills the E-Giant quickly, but now Line going in for his miner pushes.
And the Ice Spirit just to keep that all together for a little bit longer. Golden Knight going to get the dash and do some significant work on the left-hand side, 1184 to 788.
Yeah, and this is very big advantage Morten in this situation here. He's going to just slowly poison him out, miner him out. The only chance for Keymo getting back in it is if he gets these Golden Knight dashes. That miner's going to be hard for him to deal with just because there's a Golden Knight behind it. He can't play anything to defend it, so he's just going to have to tank that damage. But Morten getting a lot more damage. Using the defensive poison is not optimal, but I think he has to do it in this situation.
And the birds kited away by that Dark Prince on the right-hand side. Poison now finally in the NATO miss from Line, and that is devastating. Morten 2 up, 2 down in much better form today than we have seen throughout this competition.
Yeah, I think he's slowly coming into it now. He was a bit shaky in that first game versus Coco, was it? But now, after that Magic Archer, he's getting that confidence back. He's gone to his Comfort Miner deck, and he's just played very well there, very solid, the Morten we know and love.
Well, you know, we've seen so much from this team that, you know, you wonder about the struggles they might be dealing with because of having no analyst. And I saw someone talk in the chat earlier about why the hard counters so much. How much mental focus does it take away from them on the gameplay and preparation when they don't have someone like they often have julesy working with deck pick, and they don't have him doing that this time around? How much does that take away from their ability to focus on just playing the game?
I think it takes a lot away, especially in these high-stress situations. You want someone just saying, play this, play this, play this. Or else you're going to have to think, even when you're in your match, if you start winning in your match, you're already suddenly thinking, oh, what can I play next game? You know, let's start thinking about it. So it can take away. It just adds an element of stress that if you can take away, is better to do so, I believe.
Well, these guys making their deck picks themselves, and a little tough one there in the first outing for Morten, but of course he ended up getting it done second time around. That was a much more dominant matchup, and you even mentioned the high Inferno Tower played at one point to shut things down. Really just a much better situation for him. So now we go into game number 4, Geralt coming out. What does Morten have to be ready for coming from Geralt?
I think typically Geralt's been known to be like a Golem and Splash Out player, so lots of control-based decks. I'm not sure how he's gonna change this into the current meta, whether he goes with something just completely different. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some like Giant Skeleton Graveyard come out for him. It's very strong and kind of anti-meta at this moment, but it'd be interesting to see what Morten does to kind of counteract the way Geralt should be thinking.
And a reminder for those of you who are just joining us, we are on day 6 of our Queso Cup Teams Edition Split 1. Match number 1 of the day, SK Gaming Hype Boys. We are here for 4 total matches today, or SB will be here for as long as he can. He might just be here for a couple. But we got a lot more coming today, including the match at the top, Tribe Gaming versus PUIGINS. But for now, let's go ahead and see if Morten can complete this King of the Hill sweep. Going for a 1-2-3, Geralt up next for Hype Boys.
With another handheld camera, this is getting more interesting as it gets on.
And Morten playing more miner.
and looking like an RG here from Geralt, which is always quite an interesting matchup to see. I always say if two casuals were playing this matchup, this is advantage RG. But when you've got Morten, a top minor player, playing minor, he's all of a sudden just seems to control it, and that's how he does.
And RG being set up in the back early. Now, SB, this is, again, we're talking about high-level gameplay versus mid-level gameplay. Often the thought is that in single elixir, if you're playing Royal Giants, that you play them just directly at the bridge, and then you go, if you're playing them at all in single elixir, and then if you play in double or triple, that's when you start doing RGs behind King Tower. Why are we seeing an RG behind King Tower from Geralt this early in the game?
I think Geralt's main line of thinking in that RG was that, typically with this RG deck, it's a bit heavier. You need the Monk in front, especially against a Bomb Tower and a Phoenix. So when he's playing a minor control deck, against a minor control deck, he has the ability to play a lot more aggressive because he knows he can't be punished. Whereas if you're playing, say, a minor Wall Breakers with a Mighty Minor, if you do that RG in the back in single with his deck, he can very likely be punished and then not get damage in the end of it.
Monk sets up in the bottom left-hand corner, 21-83 on Morten's top left tower for the moment. Early lead for Geralt, but we've seen some early leads for Morten's opponents so far today.
Yeah, and the E-Giant coming down here from Morten, I think that's going to be pretty bad timing unless this Phoenix get a lot of damage on this RG, which it looks like it does. It just depends. Can he get a Nado off on this Phoenix? The E-Giant dies, in fact, so he doesn't even need to have a Nado, and that's just one RG hit and a dead E-Giant, so not a good interaction there for Morten.
Miner sets up in the back to cover for when this Electro Wizard comes across the board. You can see Morten, that kind of like kickback he has there, that's one of those signs that he's just a little bit frustrated with the sequencing of things there. Now E-Giant set up way in the back with the Golden Knight. Just pounding into the same lane is SK Gaming's captain.
Yeah, you can see a lot of interactions just not going Morten's way so far, and I think he's going into more trouble, and he kind of knows it. All these pushes are just amounting to nothing, and slowly but surely he's just taking goblin hits here and there, which is not what you want to be taking. Ideally, if you're going to lose, you're going to lose to a big RG push and not just some small petty goblin hits.
Petty goblin hits. I don't know why that tickles me so much, but certainly does. Here we are, sudden death overtime. Morten sets up E-Giant in the back one more time. Is the only solution at this point for a Golden Knight to do Golden Knight things?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Nado, a Golden Knight, and hopefully an E-Giant. He can try and maybe catch this Fisherman with a troop in the middle, but I think Geralt will be smart enough to not do all of that, but he actually does go with the Fisherman there, so Morten will remember that. He'll know that Geralt's going to be aggressive with these Fishermen and hopefully go for one in the future. Maybe a Skeletons in the middle just to block that Fisherman. Golden Knight doesn't get on tower, and I think this is going to be the end if he gets a Fisherman on the King Tower. He doesn't actually go for the King Tower, and that poison's going to get a lot of damage. A nice Nado too. E-Giant getting a lot of damage, and this game's already evened up. And Miner coming in to tank for all of that, and that's a lot of damage quickly just from a lot of outplays. Geralt was a bit too aggressive, I think, on that defense. He should have maybe allowed himself to take a bit more damage, and then he wouldn't have took so much damage because a few things went the wrong way.
And there you have it. Morten going to go 1, 2, 3 and get the King of the Hill sweep. And, you talked about this. You said something yesterday that I thought was interesting, and I wonder if your thoughts are the same here. Was that, Morten obviously put himself in the position to get the win, and we'll look at the finish here in a moment. But it felt like Geralt made some mistakes here at the end, including that Fisherman right there.
Yeah, I think what Geralt needed to say with that push was, okay, I'm going to let you get a little damage, and I'll be sure that I don't lose my tower. Instead, he thought, oh no, let's try and get the perfect defense off, and in that situation, he could have maybe just allowed himself to take a little bit more damage, and it wouldn't have been at all bad for him.
And Morten doing what needs to be done to keep his team's hopes alive here. Reminder that while it does feel like SK Gaming is out with how low they are on our standings, and let me go ahead and give us one more look at the standings right now. You can see SK Gaming at the bottom, no wins. But they're playing against Hype Boys right now, and the first tiebreaker is head-to-head. So if SK can beat Hype Boys and win tomorrow, they would have the guaranteed tiebreaker over Hype Boys. So then they would have to hope that Team Queso loses today and tomorrow, and Team Queso has our number 1 and number 2 teams back-to-back with Shot CALALAS today and PUIGINS tomorrow. So SK Gaming needs some help. They do not control their own fate, but they are not out of it yet, and that's why you gotta love this format. Top 6 move on, bottom 2 go out, and also keep in mind that it's not like PUIGINS and CALALAS are taking their foot off the gas, because the first and second place teams get a first round bye in our playoff portion. So there's still so much to be played for, both today and tomorrow, and just for the excitement of it, you really gotta hope that SK wins today and that Queso loses so that tomorrow is a big deciding final day.
Yeah, definitely, Rich. It makes us all the better for us casters and all the viewers alike at home. We want it to be close. We want to see these top interesting games. We don't want it to be decided early on. It's got to come down to the last minute, I think.
The last minute indeed, and of course all these players are going to be really grinding this weekend because they have today's competition, tomorrow's competition, and then they still need to do their Path of Legends push because, again, reminder for all of you watching at home, the top 1,000 from Path of Legends will qualify for our April monthly qualifier for Clash Royale League. So these pros, some of them may not currently have begun their push. Of course, they also want to be fighting for first and for top placements, but they also need to make sure that they get themselves a solid spot in that top 1,000 to make sure they qualify for CRL. So it's going to be a busy weekend of Clash Royale for all of these pros, and I am personally very excited to see it. Our lineup for set number 2, our second King of the Hill set, will be Sam, Faust, and Morten in that order. Hype Boys going Coco, Geralt, and Line. So that's your order for today's for our second set, which will be kicking off here in just a moment.
Yeah, Coco always seems to be starting first. That tells me that he's probably got a little bit more nerves, and they're putting him in first to take those nerves off, and he'll be able to utilize himself the best, hopefully get a few wins off the board, and then leaves it to Geralt or Line to finish it off.
And Nerd Alert saying that PUIGINS could throw to avoid playing SK. No, because remember, first and second place on that leaderboard get a first round bye in our playoffs. So third will play against sixth, and fourth and fifth will play. First and second will be waiting in the wings for them in the next round of the playoffs. So they are definitely, we're not going to see any throwing happening there. And that's part of why this format is actually really, really keen, because it creates pressure at the top and pressure on the bottom all the way through to our final day.
And let's not forget, who are PUIGINS realistically ever going to be afraid of when they're playing a match? You know, they've got 4 of probably the top 5 players, so not one team will ever scare them. They're always going to be confident going into every match.
So here we go, OP Sam kicking things off today. He's kind of been going with some interesting deck choices. We've seen a lot of pump bow, like we talked about this yesterday, out of this team overall. OP Sam looking like he might be going a little bit more central meta today.
Yeah, we always see xopxsam play slightly different decks. He'll play a few variations off meta, just a few card switching, always change things up. I remember him in Serial 2018 and 2019 having so much success with just some really pioneering decks that suddenly players started to copy after he played them.
Liam Nachmani asking, why do they only play Morten, Sam, and Faust? Because that's the only players that they really have. Julesy is technically on the roster, but just as a backup player in case one of those 3 is unable to show up. But that's the roster that they plan on going with throughout this competition.
And Sam here looking like he's got some kind of mortar variation. It's slightly got the bait element with the Skeleton King. He's going to be able to maybe charge that ability up at some points, but he doesn't have the Skarmy, so I don't know how much it'll ever be able to charge up to get all those skeletons utilized.
And Nerd Alert with another great one. We could call the Mighty Miner Mom the Miner Mom the package. He dropped the package off at the tower. You know, I kind of like that one. The package.
And Sam here going for an early miner. That's a very nice miner. He acknowledged that Coco didn't have a great response, even having to use that miner on defense after the archers were played as well. So that miner's going to die, and he's not going to have the best response to this either. He's lucky that double elixir just came, so he gets that bomb tower down. But Sam, up 4 elixir, up damage, he's definitely in control at the moment.
Pitching a shutout on his side of things as well. Going full Shohei Ohtani with both perfect defense and phenomenal offense as we've gotten through the first couple of minutes of this game number 1.
Yeah, and Sam here, getting that Magic Archer on tower. Another interaction that's not gone right for Coco. Sam's going to be wanting to keep up this pressure as much as possible. He's not going to want Coco to kind of get into the swing of things and slowly get his momentum back. He's just going to keep up that pressure. When a Golden Knight isn't on in his hand, he's out to go with that miner because it won't have the best response. Skeletons aren't the best at defending miner. He would ideally want Goblin's Coco in this matchup, but unfortunately he's got Skeletons.
Finally, King Tower activation comes in for Coco, but is it too little too late? Magic Archer getting some great lineups, and Magic Archer has been the MVP for SK Gaming today. We, of course, saw what Morten did earlier in this match, but right now, Sam doing some great work, and we saw on that left-hand lane, which is now down pretty significantly as well, where Sam did a great job using the Magic Archer to clear off Skeletons for a mortar connection a couple of moments ago. So, again, the ponytail and the bow doing great work for SK.
Yeah, and Sam splitting up this damage here is actually beneficial for Sam because it allows Coco not to switch lanes and go in the one lane of defending, you know. Ideally, Coco wants a big push with a Golden Knight, with a Phoenix behind it and a big Nado, but him doing these switch lanes doesn't allow him to keep on building up those big attacks.
Oh boy. Cannon Cart still connects on the right-hand side despite Coco's best efforts. 12:42 remaining, and it continues to go the way of SK today.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting here seeing what Sam's final spell is. I think it's going to be arrows just because he's not played it so far. If it was poison, he'd probably be a bit more aggressive with the minor poisons, which is going to be slightly beneficial for Coco, knowing that he's still got something to cling on to. If he's not got that direct damage all the time, if he starts collecting some minors, he might have a chance of breaking through. But this is going to be, unless that Golden Knight, that's about to dash. That's a lot of damage, suddenly in the lead all of a sudden. However, Sam does have a counter push, it's just can Coco deal with this?
897 to 1126, 35 seconds left. Lead has shifted towards Coco somewhat dramatically here. Cannon Cart going to go to the defensive miner, and the miner of Sam will get on tower, plus Magic Archer connection. They are just on point. They got their protractors out today at SK Gaming and measured all the angles. So far, so good. Here we go, 15 seconds left. Miner on offense, Golden Knight being held at the top. Will the dash hit? Golden Knight does Golden Knight things, 73 HP, 15 HP. Poison does it, and Coco goes and steals this one back in the final seconds.
Yeah, that definitely was right, Rich. He did steal that win. He never had that in the bag, and Golden Knight did Golden Knight things yet again, securing the victory, and probably that's going to hurt for Sam to lose that one.
Earlier in the match, we saw this great work from Sam as the Magic Archer was just really flowing for him. We're going to see the Magic Archer played in the middle a whole lot from Sam throughout this matchup, and I believe it's got to be coming down right about there. Here we go. And you're going to see the mortar play on the left-hand side, and Coco may be a bit of a miscalculation here. When the mortar comes out, the Skeletons come in the middle, and the Magic Archer is going to clear them off to get a mortar connection. And that seemed like that was going to be the story of the day, was Magic Archer doing its work and Coco struggling. But then we get later in the game, and here are those final moments here, 897 to the catch-up play here. You see the Skeletons get away. Sam right back in the lead. The miner goes to the back. You see the forced miner defensively out of Coco. But, you know, as my co-caster SB said, Golden Knights do Golden Knight things. And you're going to see that happen right here on the left-hand side. As the miner comes down, Goblins go high to try to control it, and the NATO pulls just enough together, and that's one of those interesting idiosyncrasies of the Golden Knight, because you can actually see, if I can bring that back here and get just the right timing on this one, let's see if I can find just that right moment, and you're going to see here, boom, the Golden Knight is dashing to the troop that it had already targeted, but the troop is now dead, and that's maybe one of those things that some players would love to see change in the Golden Knight over time, is if that dash would cancel when a troop is already dead. For the moment, though, that's not the case, and there you have it, Golden Knight on tower. Let's go on to game number 2.
And Faust here, going up against Coco. Faust definitely going to be wanting this win here. Not wanting Coco to build up too much momentum, but the way he's playing in the minute, well, he's very strong, and probably, I would say, the strongest player on Hype Boys, if it wasn't for Lion's experience.
So, Pigs, this is typically a no champion deck that Coco is playing here. We'll see if he's staying in line with that one.
Yeah, he may have a Skeleton King. I'm not sure yet. That is interchangeable. Sometimes you can have a Valkyrie. There we go. He has the Skeleton King, but I think Faust here is going to get a King to activation with this Fisherman, which is not what you want as a Graveyard player. I think Coco was too aggressive with that Skeleton King in the back and needed to play a Graveyard just to counter that Fisherman.
And I meant what the deck that Faust is playing, not the deck that Coco is playing.
Oh, that's my bad.
But that was
yeah,
that was my misspeak. But either way, here we go.
Yeah, big King Tower activation. I think that could be game. As a Graveyard player, you don't want to see a King Tower activation, although the saving grace here for Coco is he's got a lot of counters for these pigs. I wonder if Faust has a Mother Witch. If he has that Mother Witch, then he can use that as a bit of fireball bait just to allow us to get his pigs more damage. But this could come down to just a defensive game here from Coco and getting maybe a few Graveyard hits in triple elixir and just hoping to clean this one out.
I believe typically this deck from Faust has the Royal Ghost and the Mother Witch, as you said, as the last two cards here. So we'll see if that is in fact the case. Easy defense there against those pigs.
Yeah, he's got a lot of counters for these pigs, and Faust is definitely going to have a hard time. If it wasn't for that King Tower activation, he would pretty much be dead and buried in this matchup. But a chance he has now just because of that great play from Faust.
And taking care of that skeleton, that giant skeleton right there in the middle. Slight elixir lead for Faust. As you can see, he's got 6 on the board to the 4 between the giant skeleton and the Inferno Dragon. And Zappies get picked up by the giant skeleton of Coco, so nice protection. But you talk about that fireball bait, and there's one more piece of it right there. Faust coming out with the flying machine in the middle, and Coco just has a lot of decisions to make as time goes on.
Yeah, and that's all you want to do. Even if the push doesn't look too good, if you keep doing little different plays here and there, it's a point in competition where a player can freeze, make a mistake, and that could be all the difference in the game. See Coco here, he's not opting to go Graveyard. He actually has the Mirror Faust, so that's not going to be as good for him, but it could work out if he uses that Fireball, then he can go with a second Flying Machine, and that could overwhelm him slightly. Lots of different angles at play here, lots of different ways to outplay, so it's exactly what we want to see as casters.
And once again, the Zappies not going to the Inferno Dragon. Giant Skeleton just doing cleanup work there at the bridge, as it is designed to do. But now pressure in. Forces the Fireball out on the left-hand side. Ghost goes invisible, and Coco's forced to spin into that left-hand lane.
Yeah, and that's something you don't want to do as a player. That Ghost is really difficult to deal with. And because Coco's got such a heavy deck, he's always going to have to feed Elixir into it that's not really going to have any counter-push potential.
Big collection here at the bridge.
Yeah, I really like that Mirror Giant Skeleton. It's what Faust is going to have to do to win the game. He's going to have to hope Coco overcommits on that first Giant Skeleton, and then the second one comes down and he's got less Elixir and less responses to deal with it.
This time Ghost goes towards the Tombstone with the offset to the left. So good stuff for Coco here. Final a minute, triple Elixir. Coco's camera going wild.
Yeah, it's all over the place in the minute, but this gameplay is pretty much what we expected. It's not a spell cycle, no one's really going to be expected to get damage. A Graveyard here from Coco just because it's triple Elixir and he's got really less chances to take damage because of it. And Graveyard getting quite a few shots here with 2 towers on it.
Can Pigs break through here with 30 seconds left? Fireball not in cycle, but will be in cycle again very, very soon. 2 giant skeletons. Zappies now to control. Faust just laying giant skeletons at the bridge. Fireball played, and now, do pigs come anywhere into this game? Just the bridge fight back and forth. 14 seconds. It's now or never for Faust. Pigs do come down. Maybe he goes double arrows here. First set of arrows, second set of arrows, 15-23. Not going to be enough. Coco, 2 up, 2 down, and looking to get a sweep back on behalf of Hype Boys.
Yeah, some great play there from Coco, acknowledging that he just has to lane block for the rest of the game. Like I said, he just needs to get 1 Graveyard in to get in that extra damage in triple Elixir, and apart from that, Fireballs will take the tower down. I would have liked to see maybe a Mirror Royal Hogs there from Faust there at the end, give him a little bit of an extra chance, but instead he goes with the arrows and the Royal Hogs. Who knows, that could have been the difference in that game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ability to just completely stack up that lane and make nothing able to get through for Coco. Really ended up, you saw Faust just trying to figure out, what do I do to clear this lane? Because we saw, I think at one point there were 3 giant skeletons on the board for Faust in that right-hand lane because of the mirrors. He was just trying to find some way to get through, but could not unclog it. No Drano in his closet for the day, and instead now he's down, and Morten has to come back out and see if he can sweep one more time.
And hey, if it's the player to do it, it's definitely Morten today. He seems to be on fire, back to his normal self, and he's going to be wanting to finish this one out in the second half. So he'll try and get this 3-0 reverse sweep and set him up for hopefully making playoffs with SK.
And Vitor watching on Twitch with the point if SK loses this, Team Queso has a good chance to qualify. Well, we're going to find out. It's going to be really, we have a lot more Clash Royale to be played in this match alone. Morten could win 3 in a row and shut things down. We saw him do it already. But if not, we then would go to a third and final, to the in-game duel mode best of 3. So right now that looks like the most likely option. But again, we don't know if that's going to be the final option. And just one more time, the leaderboard as it currently stands coming into today, SK Gaming there at the bottom of the table, Team Queso right above them. And as we said, it's possible for SK, but they have to get the win today in order to make that possibility even potential into a reality. And we talk about other matchups today. Chivas TIKIS, or Chivas Strangers, Tribe PUIGINS, and Queso CALALAS. We'll keep an eye on those. We'll just go ahead and jump into game number 3 as Coco, maybe, I don't know if he's taking a breath or blowing off some dust from his fingers. Either way, he's ready to go.
Yeah, that blowing on his fingers actually shows that his hands are sweating, so he's definitely feeling the pressure at this point, but he seems to be dealing with it quite well. Looking like he's actually just copied as well Faust's deck. It'd be interesting to see if he's running the mirror too, or he's come back to the traditional Mother Witch.
And Morten going MK Prince. Wallbreakers go to the right.
And this deck here from Coco has kind of been designed to counter this MK Prince, so he's definitely going to be happy with this matchup. Can Morten outplay it? We'll have to wait and see.
That's been the story of the day so far for Morten, to take advantage of little opportunities. And that kind of harkens back to the Morten of 2018, who we saw more than anything, if you wanted to define Morten's 2018 initial Clash Royale League campaign, it was playing tremendously out of really bad positions. And we saw him do that over and over again. It's part of why SK Gaming ended up second in the CRL EU region in that inaugural season.
Yeah, I think it's a strange psychological trait in a situation where you're thinking, oh, I've lost now, I've got nothing to lose, and then you suddenly start playing very well because you've not got that fear factor anymore. So hopefully Morten can just turn that on and be back to his normal self, I think.
Fish goes to the left. We'll get a little touch there. So far, no touches on Coco's side. Morten has taken some chip damage as we head into double elixir time.
Morten here identifying that Coco's got very low elixir. This is what you need to do with this Mega Knight deck in single elixir. When you're against these heavy control decks, you've got to punish as much as possible in single when they've not got the best ground defenses, or they have to really overspend to get this push off. But that Mega Knight is going to get a lot of damage. Those Royal Hogs, sorry, is going to get a lot of damage without that Mega Knight in cycle. Arrows coming down here from Coco to defend the wall breakers, and that's probably an interaction that Coco's pretty happy with.
The 7 elixir spend alternative to the 7 elixir Mega Knight does mitigate the damage, but as you point out, the damage done, 1924 to 1024, Miner to the back, wall breakers high, Ghost plus Zappies to stop the wall breaker connection, but Miner will still do significant damage.
Coco's having to overspend slightly there. Morten knowing that his arrows are out of cycle, knowing that's how he's going to have to get damage by getting those wall breakers. And even if your arrows are out of cycle, you have to overspend on those wall breakers to where you don't get to catch that miner and get that clean defense off.
So here we go, sudden death overtime. Morten getting most of his damage courtesy of these opposite lane bandits. Now has to deal with a split pigs push. And both lanes pretty even, so the decision-making now for Morten is more about where he wants to counter-push than anything else. Prince goes to the right-hand side. Mother Witch going to work at the bridge, protected for the moment. No, the Mega Knight comes down just high enough to get the Mother Witch out of the way, despite the attempted block by the Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, and a great flying machine there by Coco, able to pick off that Inferno Dragon before it gets too much damage on that Giant Skeleton. Giant Skeleton stays just alive, just for the right amount of time to where it can kill that Mega Knight.
And a sharp miner out of Morten right into range of that Fisherman to make sure Fisherman would not pull it off after it retargeted. Smart plays here from the veteran.
Yeah, Coco's going to have to start catching miners here pretty perfectly. Morten go with the arrow cycle over the miner first, showing that he's trying to arrow cycle rather than get those miner hits. He'll be back to it. He needs 2 more arrows, I believe. Oh no, we actually worked out yesterday that it was 111, right? So he'll need 3 more arrows, or 2 arrows and a miner hit to finish out this game. With this double lane pressure here from Coco, it's going to be very hard for him to stop if he doesn't get that Mega Knight down in time. Wow, and the bomb's on tower.
No! The bomb gets there, and Coco completes the King of the Hill sweep. Sweep for Morten, sweep for Coco, and now we're going down to a best of 3 to decide the fate of SK Gaming in this competition.
Yeah, some really solid gameplay from Coco yet again. It'll be interesting to see if they put Coco into the duel set now because of this. If Coco could play Morten, it'd be sweep versus sweep and a great final matchup for us to watch.
And here we go, 2:27 remaining, the perfect miner catch. Zappy's more than up to the task here, and this split lane pressure is just too much, and that Prince getting pulled back, stun locked, and then DPS'd out just meant that Giant Skeleton had free run to get to the tower. The dual lane pressure from Coco does a great job, does what it needs to do, and we kick our Saturday off today, SB, with 2 King of the Hill sweeps back-to-back. So I wonder if this is a trend set for the day that we're going to see big-time performances in these big-time moments.
Yeah, it seems like the value of momentum is really big with us today. Getting those wins on the board pushes you further against maybe a player who's not warmed up slightly, not taking it as seriously with the practice before the comp say, and they're just not ready to go against someone who's just came off of a win.
Just came off of a win, and I just want to give you the most important question of the day, SB, from Omar. Is SB single? The most important question of the day that we'll probably answer.
Yeah, I'm a single pingle. I'm single and ready to mingle. So Omar's, I don't know if you're happy about that or sad, but yeah, I'm single. You
heard it here, folks. On the market is SB. So if you are, if you're looking for love in all the right places, here's SB's Twitter. You guys can go ahead and follow him for Clash Royale, or if you're looking for love, SB is out there looking too.
My PB on Clash Royale is about 8,000 as well, so quite hot property at the minute.
Yeah, that should be in all of your dating profiles, I think. I've heard that usually goes over pretty well.
Maybe a global tournament finish in there too.
And we do have the lineup for our final deciding set here. And can you guess, SB, who's coming out for each side?
It's Morten versus Coco.
Yep.
Definitely the matchup we wanted to see. 2 players who are in form right now. Let's see if the experience pays off or Coco's current form and really great gameplay.
And these two have been so close in their matches today. Remember, we had Morten stealing one from Coco in the first set, and then Coco stealing one back from Morten here in the second set. So these guys have been playing razor thin, and now we get to see them play a full-on best-of-3 in-game duels. And I am absolutely pumped. One more time, the stakes here. SK Gaming playing for their lives. They need to win to keep hope as a possibility. A loss here would finally put the nail in the coffin on this competition for SK Gaming. So the stakes could not be bigger for a single best-of-3 here as part of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Let's go ahead, jump in. Game number 1, let's go.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if we see some possible mind games here. These players already played against each other twice today, so decks have been shown, slightly showing their hand. Will they play the same decks? Will they switch it up a bit, knowing that it's dual format? And they've got to conform to those different rules.
And you see Coco most likely going Ram Rider here, but we'll see if he's doing something different. The not often seen minions here for Morten. And yes, it is Ram Rider for Coco. Aggressive at the bridge, Mega Knight to counter.
Yeah, and Morten going with the minions here, it's only something you'd see in duels because it's never going to be optimal to play in one of these Mega Knight decks. But if you want to use these archers or say your Phoenix in another deck, minions are really interchangeable. A great zap here and proactive Archer Queen there from Morten, getting a Mega Knight on tower, and because he's got the Archer Queen ability, he shouldn't really be in too much trouble elixir-wise.
There is that one problem, though, of the Monk. So Coco certainly will be happy to have that, at least for the Archer Queen in this matchup. Interesting variation on what I'm assuming here is going to be the minor wall breakers, now that we see the MK and the Prince.
Yeah, I think Morten's going to be very happy with him playing this slight variation. I think the Zap's going to be crucial for him in this matchup because normally you would have the arrows and you wouldn't be able to respond to the Inferno Dragon, but that Zap will be able to stun the Round Rider, stopping it getting charges in some situations, and also reset that Inferno Dragon if it's ever targeted on the Mega Knight.
And, you know, interesting little facial expression there from Morten when he dropped that Prince wall breakers push. I don't know if you caught that, SB.
No, I didn't. Was it a happy expression?
I couldn't tell. Sometimes it's a little difficult to tell with Morten whether he's celebrating or lamenting a moment.
Yeah, and knowing that he's such a good player, he could be thinking that something that we'd never even imagine, a different interaction happening, and then it doesn't end up happening, but it just goes right over our heads.
So first 2 minutes done. Elixir will begin flowing a little bit faster here, and so far so good for Morten and SK Gaming. But as we
this
go
is the
deeper,
point here.
go ahead.
Coco going to slowly, hopefully, snowball and stack in one lane and overwhelm Morten. Morten's really going to be wanting to cycle these wall breakers as much as possible because Coco doesn't really have the best options available to counter these wall breakers after he's cycled them for 1 or 2 times. He won't have that bar barrel in cycle, and a wall breaker connection when his tower's already down to 1600 can be devastating.
And you saw the zap there just to force out the second Inferno Dragon. Miner goes right to the Magic Archer at the back here, gets one more shot, and the wall breakers are picked up on that opposite lane by the Ghost.
Yeah, and Coco probably happy going back in the same lane as Morten now. Use that ability to stop that Prince charge. A great little ability that people don't really use the ability to stop like a damage, like a Prince charge or a Mega Knight jump as much as it really should be, because most people use it to reflect it when a targeted, like a range troop is targeting it. But using that ability means that you've got a full HP monk still yet to play on the game, whilst defending the Prince.
And a Mega Knight hit gets in, and the Miner is left completely alone. The zap, absolutely mad on the side of Morten, doing so much work, and you really have to put a lot of this domination here on the perfect zap plays so far by Morten. Miner to the back, arrows do get reflected at least partially, but the Magic Archer takes some damage.
Morten could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's down a lot of elixir. If Coco decides to punish him right with these all these troops coming down, it could be a lot of damage here for Coco.
And Ram Rider will connect. It's the Archer Queen to do the final bit of cleanup here. Fireball in will get good damage. And Magic Archer doing some more work on the right-hand side. Morten forced to just eat it and then go Minor Wall Breakers opposite lane. Will anything get to those Wall Breakers? They do, but down to 147. This is the big counter push right now for Coco. Can Morten get the damage done and stop it in time? And he does. Game number 1 goes for Morten and SK Gaming. 2 more chances left to keep this dream alive.
Yeah, and I think Coco using better cards in that situation, so Morten's going to have a lot more opportunities to choose maybe a stronger deck as well going into game 2 and 3.
Vosh calling Morten for a Golem deck. Let's see if he's right as we go into this next one.
I think that's quite likely. Morten's really been rocking Golem a lot recently. Great King 2 activation there on the Goblins. Morten not going to be happy about that. It looks like he may have an RG deck though, so he won't be too disappointed about that King 2 activation.
Monk goes high for the pickup. Coco decides to target the archers instead, though.
Will we see Morten go with an aggressive RG here, or is he just going to wait until double?
Coco's only CRL experience was making it into the top 3 in our monthly qualifier number 7 back in 2021. Otherwise, most of his competitive solo experience has been in the Star Championship and World Cyber Games.
Yeah, always doing well in his local regional competitions, but yet to do it big time on CRL. But I think he's been knocking on the door quite a few times, so will we see him in the future? I don't know. Let's hope we do. Going to be a great dash there onto tower. Morten, although up elixir, taking a lot of damage and having to over-defend now because of that dash on the archers.
And Morten having to go way down on elixir as well. Check all of that out. That Phoenix is no problem for Coco, who can cycle at will to get himself right what he wants. Miner goes to the inside, and great miner from Coco. Knowing that Fisherman is in cycle, Morten's Fisherman has to walk up to it and do some fish slapping.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Coco can take advantage of some of this elixir lead. It's normally quite hard to do this with this deck because you've not really got the biggest, like, aggressive kind of elixir troops that can really punish you. You've only got a Phoenix at the bridge, which can be, even though it's very strong, it's quite easily defended.
And NATO doesn't even need Golden Knight support. They're able to take all that stuff off the board anyway. But was that an overspend with a healthy Monk on the board?
Yeah, a nice Ice Spirit though, getting the Monk off when he could. A Miner as well, baiting out those Goblins, using Morten's Elixir when he wants to be spending it maybe on a Fireball on that Bomb Tower. Instead, he has to make choices and isn't able to commit to that push because of it now.
And a great Bar Barrel, almost gets the prediction right, still gets the one RG hit anyway. 2103 left-hand lane though, and Morten keeps playing us into the right away from his weak side tower.
Yeah, but those big archer hits from Morten actually kind of evens it up now. 2100 on Morten's attacking left tower. So even though he's going to keep going with these RGs in the opposite lane, so Coco can't build a push, this could always be a factor when he gets to triple elixir and he starts getting RGs in both towers.
And now just a pressure play from the Monk. Will tank for his own Phoenix.
Yeah, and a Monk at the bridge with its abilities are always going to get fireball damage guaranteed, so it's not actually a bad play when the race of the damage here is going to be poisons and miners.
Coco in the lead by over 300, now almost 400 HP. Morten sets him to the right one more time. 90 seconds left for Morten to get this done. This is game number 2, the set lead right now for SK Gaming. Hype Boys needs this one.
Yes, Rich, and going into this into triple elixir, it's going to be a battle of control versus overwhelm between the two. Golden Knight dashes are going to be key for Coco getting the remaining damage. Unfortunately, doesn't get one there, but he'll be looking to get more in the future.
And as we go into triple, the Royal Giant and a Barb hit on the right-hand side, plus the reflection on the left. So suddenly, Morten has good dual lane options. Still, the overall lead remains for Coco as he goes miner to the back.
See a prediction Goblins there for Coco's Golden Knight, not wanting them to attack on tower. Instead, Coco actually just goes with the Golden Knight in the back here, so not optimal for Morten, but it shows that he's thinking ahead and protecting himself from these players that could lose in the game.
Royal Giant plus reflection on the right-hand side down to 1377. Goblins take care of work, 966 on the left-hand side. Under 30 seconds remain. Miner's going to start flowing heavily. Does the Fisherman pull? And he does, just in the tiniest margin, able to actually get that one done. And now Morten going back into the weak side lane.
Yeah, and a Fireball, getting the bomb tower and the tower damage is what you want to see from Morten here, but it may be too little too late. Miner getting damage on the tower. That dash doesn't even need to hit, he just needs to stop that RG from getting any hits, and he does that perfectly.
So here we go, all tied up, best of one to see if SK Gaming can stay in this competition. Let's take a look. All right, Miner, Archer Queen, Mega Knight, RG out, all for Morten. NATO out.
I think it's likely we see a NATO from Morten here, possibly an E-Giant, possibly a Golem. He doesn't have his favoured Miner. RG uses a lot of strong cards too, so it'll be interesting to see what he goes with now.
Maybe Drill here.
Make me think, yeah, could be Drill. Could be a Drill NATO deck, it seems likely.
Magic Archer was the key for Morten in their meeting in set number 1. Is there more magic in that bow again?
And it looks like it's going to be RG here from Coco, which normally does have the favoured matchup. It'd be interesting to see Cannon Cart for Morten can really help him out in this matchup. Will he have this? Will he have a building? Will he have an execution? Will he have an Ewas? There's a lot of interchangeable cards that could slightly change this matchup.
Magic Archer going to get a couple extra shots here.
A snowball from Coco, so that looks like he's playing this Graveyard Giant Skeleton deck, which I think advantage Morten. If he gets a lot of chain damage from the Golden Knight, it could really help him.
And just opting to eat that one there is Coco. And a Hunter to clear that off and turn this Giant Skeleton to a bit more of a threat.
Very aggressive plays here from Coco. Normally, you don't really see this too much, but because that Giant Skeleton's down, he's not really going to have too much of a counterattack if he's able to defend. But an aggressive graveyard here from Coco. Maybe does he know something that we don't? Does Morten not have the counters in hand? Morten seems to defend it quite well. He's got a Giant Skeleton on the board, but Coco should have enough elixir to deal with this counter push.
Plenty of damage in, gives the lead to Coco, 22-42 to 23-40. Double Elixir getting very, very close here as the Zappies once more control these Giant Skeletons.
Yeah, and a snowball here from Morten instead of a bar barrel, which won't be as strong versus that graveyard. He's going to want to really save the magic archers just purely for the graveyard, because answers-wise, he doesn't have the best.
And this is the hard thing about playing these pre-submitted duels, right? These in-game duels, you have to make some choices as you build and maybe make a non-optimal build, and then find yourself in a tough situation. Arrows snowball, take the Magic Archer out, but Zappies, the work being done on the right-hand side, significant. No King Tower activation, and Morten does take the lead back, 18-34 to 20-73.
Yeah, one of those pushes there from Morten that you don't really suspect to do that much damage, so you don't offer really that much defense towards it, but then when it ends up getting a lot of damage, and wow, a Magic Archer on tower, not even using the drill here, just getting really good geometry from the Magic Archer, enabling him to get this damage in.
Graveyard in, now Ghost will go to work on that defense. Snowball to slow and just move stuff around. Magic Archer behind tower, most of that done, but a nice Hunter connection. Still, the lead significant for Morten. Best of one, remember. If Morten wins this one, SK stays in the hunt for the playoffs, and we know anything can happen once you make a playoff. Coco would love to shut that down right here.
Yeah, definitely. Advantage Morten in this situation. Coco going aggressive with these graveyards, hoping just to get that damage lead back. Looks like he may do it here with Pedro the Snowball, just because Morten doesn't have the best responses for it.
And 15-15, you see that now within 300 HP on that right-hand side. And we've talked about Golden Knight doing Golden Knight things. Don't forget, Graveyard does Graveyard things.
Of course, Rich. And you see Morten really not going with drills here, and some viewers might be confused, but that's because Coco probably has the Skeleton King as his last card, so he knows he's just going to be playing that drill into his death and allowing him to set a counter push-up because of it.
Does he play a drill late for damage, hoping that Skeleton King doesn't go where he wants it to go, right? Is that even a possibility?
In Triple Elixir, all things go out the window. You just keep playing and hoping things happen because you know you've got that Elixir to make up for any mistakes that happen. So especially when you need that damage and it's your only option, that's when you start cycling drills. See him going with a naked Graveyard on tower without anything tanking for it, just hoping for those Graveyard hits, and that's what he gets.
He gets a lot of them too. Yeah. A ton of them in. Unbelievable. 779, and suddenly Morten in a lot of trouble. Does he have Magic Archer magic once more? Can he steal this one back again? And there you go. Does he NATO, and he NATOs the NATOs the Skeleton King. It doesn't get far enough away though.
Yeah, it seems a lot of interactions there not going Morten's way. The Skeleton King perfectly defending the drill, the Magic Archer not getting on tower, and the Golden Knight not getting a dash.
Graveyard in. Golden Knight trying to get the dash in. The dash doesn't happen. And oh wow. My word, Coco, give him the honors today. 5 wins and a huge performance for Hype Boys. And that puts an end to SK Gaming's attempt at making playoffs.
Yeah, I've got to say, SK did their best there, but I think Coco just absolutely played perfectly. Even in that last matchup, he played it really solid. He didn't seem too shaky. He was doing the right plays and just countered Morten in the right way possible.
And that was just really great work from Coco. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard now. With that adjustment, SK Gaming unable to get a win in this competition, and now I believe that they already played. Yeah, they played Team Queso, so Team Queso has the matchup advantage there. So even if they somehow leapt over Team Queso, wouldn't matter. SK Gaming will officially be one of our bottom two teams, and this team keeps Team Queso in the hunt as well. Team Queso, if they with a win today, will put a lot of stress on that final day. Hype Boys currently in a good spot, currently have a lot of potential to stay up, but they have to stay winning and also hope that Team Queso can't get it done themselves.
Yeah, Rich, I think whoever finishes in that 7 spot's going to be very upset with not making it to the playoffs. You know, a lot of deserved teams in here, everyone's playing at the best, but sometimes you just don't get the wins when it matters.
And so that is our first match of the day in the books. And on to our second match is going to be Chivas Esports versus Strangers. Chivas currently in 5th place, Strangers in 4th place. And the battle for positioning here is going to be key. It is possible for one of them to leap over CALALAS, who's currently in 4th position. If we go back to that scoreboard one more time, you see Strangers with 3 wins. If Shock takes a loss, especially the one today against Team Queso, Strangers have a really good chance of leaping up that leaderboard. So this is a big matchup for Strangers because keep in mind, 2nd place does get a first round bye. And then on top of that, nobody wants to fall into that 6th place spot and face off against a Tribe Gaming that is firing on all cylinders in this competition. So we'll see who comes out on top between these two, Strangers and Chivas Esports. The lineup for Chivas Esports is Anaban, DiegoB, Ardentoas, Hasiel, and Pompeyo. Strangers other side, and this has been kind of such a fun competition to watch with this team. EGW, Serdio, Eric, Nini, and Adrian Piedra.
Yeah, a lot of up-and-coming players mixed with experience. EGW being the standout player from this team, doing a lot of the heavy lifting, getting a lot of wins, and I think he's responsible for the team's success so far that most people probably wouldn't have expected.
And he comes out with a lot of interesting stuff, and this is going to be a big test here for EGW and Strangers overall, with Chivas Esports that has maybe more traditional experience, but we've seen kind of the ebb and flow on the other side of Strangers. And, you know, you talk about the creativity here. It seems like a lot of players maybe lose that creativity as they move up the ranks, right? That creativity. Actually, let me reframe that. Let me reframe this and reframe the question here, SB. Does being super creative help you up to a point? And is there a point when you need to get rid of the creativity and just play decks that have good synergy? Or is there something to sticking with that all the way up to the top of the leaderboards?
I think what we see is, I think there probably is a cap where you can't be too creative, but I think that happens not intentionally. It's more because when you're one of the best players, you can play such high-level decks, and those decks are typically probably the ones that have more micro skills, like a Mortar or a Hog Cycle. And when you're so good at playing Clash Royale, you can play these decks that are slightly more regimented, slightly more you know what you're going to get. But when you play them, if you can play them at a high level, they're going to be a lot more effective than the creative decks, I would have to say.
Now, the next question for you, we have a lot of creative players in our history. We've seen EGW here. We've seen Boss here. Obviously, everyone knows the mad scientist who we just saw, xopxsam. We come up with really creative stuff to play inside of Clash Royale League. When you're thinking of creative players, right, who are the top players on your list of just being, of all time, of being unpredictable creative players in this competition?
I think we've got to definitely give a mention to Sweep. I think him getting into World Finals last year was purely by him being creative. I mean, even we saw him in World Finals play decks that were really not meta, and it gives him the chance to beat these probably, with respect to Sweep, better players and who probably play the game a lot more. Bag definitely being another one. He's been pivotal in playing all these wacky decks. I remember when Recruits first came out and they were so broken, it was Bag who was playing all these strange decks. I remember him doing like a Recruits Loon, and he shot up ladder with it because it was this new innovative deck. So definitely Bag too.
And now Six Loon is not currently meta anymore, but became an absolute central piece of the meta for quite a long time once everything kind of balanced out in the end. So certainly someone who was ahead of the game. Of all those creative players, right, players who've come up with strange, weird things, who do you think ended up having the most influence? Like, is there a deck you can think of that started off as something weird like that became a central feature, and is xAlee maybe the best example?
I think I've actually just thought of a really good example. Do you remember Little Chen's deck in
Yes.
World Finals?
Yes.
The RG bait. No one really ever played anything like that. It didn't have a big spell, but it was so crushing, and it was such an innovative deck that we still see people play it today.
Yeah, I actually ran into a Little Chen deck last week, so that variation, it was interesting because we saw that at World Finals in 2018. I remember actually everyone's kind of mind being blown when he played that at World Finals. And then variations of that began popping up in CRL the very next season that we have, Andrew and I eventually dubbed the Phone Breaker, because it's just such an annoying deck for you to lose against that you have to imagine that people might have at least thrown their phones, if not literally snapped them in half like a bat after a bad strikeout. So that one is probably maybe the coolest example. And yes, we still see variations of that again. And for those of you who don't know the idea of the Little Chen deck, it's a Royal Giant Goblin Barrel deck with no spells. So go ahead and throw that into your drink and see if you come out feeling good from it. Let's go ahead and get ready for some potential creativity as we jump into our first matchup. The lineup for Strangers is going to be Sergio, Adrian, Piedra, and EGW. On the other side, Chivas Esports going Pompeyo, Hasiel, and Ardentoas. So it's going to be Sergio, a.k.a. Edward, up against Pompeyo. Let's jump into game number 1 here. And I'm going to say, hey to my son. Hey, bud, how are you? I don't always speak to him in commentator voice when I talk to him, by the way, just so you guys know. But,
hey, son, it's Rich Slayton here.
Yeah. Hello, son. Rich Slayton. He had a soccer game today, and I have a video of him scoring a goal, so very excited for him.
Pompeyo here, going with what looks like could be an RG variation, could be a graveyard. A bit too early to tell here. Edward/Shadio going with the Phoenix. We see this all too well. But with a Barb Barrel, it doesn't really tell us what he's playing so far.
And Flying Machine working at the bridge, and you see Sergio. No camera here. We're just going to have to rely on the reactions of Pompeyo, who people are calling Pompeyo the OG. And what a surprise here. The Freeze coming out, and against maybe one of the best Freeze players of all time.
Yeah, and so it's looking like this is going to be the Graveyard Freeze variant that's very popular on ladder at the minute. I think it's surged in popularity just because it played Archers before Archers were good, so it's doing well because of that. Pompeyo going with the standard Lava Miner deck, very solid in comp. Probably not as strong recently, but I think this is a good matchup for him.
And Lava Hound just hanging out here on the board for a while as the bird does its work, and that bomb from the Mighty Miner, the special delivery. That's what we're calling it, the special delivery. Guess we already have the royal delivery, though.
Yeah, but this is special. Aggressive graveyard here. He's not going to have the Skeleton Dragon's Pompeyo, so that's not going to be as good for him. Baby Dragon just not as good versus the graveyard, but he's going to be okay here. The way for Pompeyo to win this is definitely going to be overwhelming and double. Sedio's only going to have the arrows as his direct spell, so those flying machines paired behind the lava with a Baby Dragon with a Phoenix could be hard for him to deal with if he doesn't manage it correctly.
Flying Machine gets away on the right-hand side, doing some pretty good damage on a 2368 here. And Pompeyo certainly happy with that escape. Under 40 seconds remaining in single or in a standard time, as we are already into our double elixir flow.
Pompeyo doing well here. At this point in the game, you don't want to go with a lava on the back so aggressively, just because with 20 seconds left, they could go with one graveyard, one freeze, and you don't have the elixir to defend, and you've all of a sudden lost when in a game where you should be winning. So Pompeyo just opting to go with defense, hoping to get a counter-attack. Even if he doesn't get a counter-attack, he'll just kind of play safe for a bit until he can get that one lava round when he's definitely up elixir and without the risk of losing his tower straight away.
And I don't think I've ever seen, I call it the bird, but someone saying adding the pigeon to CR was a mistake. Look, it's in the game, and balances will continue to come through for it. but my word, calling it the pigeon. I thought I was disrespectful calling it the bird, but the pigeon is so extra.
Get that rodent out of the game. A great arrows here from Pompeyo, though, clearing out the egg and one of the archers, so enabling him to get lots of damage. Those pups just eating away at the tower, paired with the miner, and his tower's pretty much gone here. Another miner coming in, and this looks like the end for Sadio and the Cough.
And Pompeyo calling a good game out here. Great performance here for him, and you know I'm wondering, is there any deck, or is there any major win condition that was absolutely everywhere that has fallen off more in popularity than the Lava Hound? I mean, I was almost surprised. I was kind of, in some ways, surprised to see it here in this matchup.
No, I think it's only really playable in comp unless you've got a very heavily meta lava deck, and that heavily meta lava deck all of a sudden kind of isn't really played like lava used to be played anyway. So I think you're only going for very specific matchups in a comp format, just because, you know, Phoenix and Archers are so prevalent. Luckily, Edward's deck, even though it had Phoenix and Archers, it still slightly had the matchup, but it can only really be used in duels when you know, certain cards are out of play.
And I saw someone say soccer, not football. And look, If I say football in this country, people think that I'm letting my 4-year-old get CTE from running into people. So I could say, like, I could do American football versus football. But you know what? When I'm in Europe, I'll say football. When I'm here, I'm gonna go hit that soccer, just so that nobody thinks that my son's noggin's getting rocking.
Yeah, well, as a co-caster who's from England, I don't know whether to take offense to that or just be happy that your son's okay.
Yeah.
But going into the next game here, Adrian coming up for Adrian versus Pompeyo. That's an interesting matchup here. Two friends who previous teammates.
Yeah.
Surprised Adrian actually isn't in Chivas too. It's something you'd expected to happen. So this could be a grudge match or just a friendly best of one here.
Well, you know, you are talking about two super, super friendly guys when you look at the overall landscape of Clash Royale. So if we see any emotes or BM, I have to imagine that it's friendly. Of course, there's always some backstories you may or may not know as we get deep into the Clash Royale competitive scene.
Miner coming down here from Pompeyo. Normally I'd think, he's definitely playing the Pompeyo deck, but just because of how not strong it is right now, it looks like he's going to be playing something else.
And the Pompeyo deck might be the most overplayed deck relative to its viability. You know, if you're not Pompeyo, it's one of those things where I guess there are people who can play the Pompeyo deck, but there's really only one person who can play it brilliantly, and that's that man there on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, the way he continually has success with it on ladder when it's such a deck, it's just, realistically, it's terrible. But he just finds a way to outplay no matter what. When you're against him, you think, oh, well, I've got a really good matchup on paper. Then all of a sudden, your tower's gone, and you're just like, oh, how did that even happen? And then you realize it's Pompeyo.
And Adrian needs to control this Mega Knight. He will go ahead with the Golden Knight. How many knights? Is it just Golden Knight, Mega Knight, and Knight? Are there any more knights that I'm missing?
I was going to say Dark Knight then, but it's Dark Prince, and that's a movie, right?
Yeah, and we call it the Dark Knight all the time accidentally.
Yeah, it seems like it should be called that. It would be a great name. So looking at this matchup, it's E-Giant, which is more of a classic E-Giant. He may have archers in here, but it's not going to be this E-Giant minor deck that we've been seeing recently. And Pompeyo going with the Mega Knight deck, but I think the Mini P.E.K.K.A change is going to be slightly beneficial here for Adrian Piedra. Even though Mini P.E.K.K.A should be, on paper, better for Pompeyo against this E-Giant, you normally want the Prince in the back, and once you've got a Lightning down, that Mini P.E.K.K.A just gets shredded anyway.
Cooler stream going with Night Witch. Almost counts.
Good Lightning here from Adrian, but he is down quite a bit of elixir. Will Pompeyo be able to punish him for that? And it looks not. Luckily for Pompeyo, that egg was slightly on his side of the tower, or else that Phoenix would have popped and provided a bit of an extra counter push here for Adrian.
Mega Knight meets the Golden Knight up high, 27-35 to 21-38 in the right-hand lane. This is where the fight's been taking place primarily.
And even though quite an aggressive push here from from Pompeyo, which seems to be stopped in its tracks just singly by an E-Giant. But luckily, because that E-Giant's been played, it is dead, so he doesn't really have much to deal with after that.
What do you think of this MK Wallbreakers variation with the Queen and the Mini P.E.K.K.A as compared to the one we've been seeing more commonly with the Ewiz and Prince?
I think the Ewiz and Prince is just a lot more solid, so the analysts must have something in mind with doing that, and that's a great Archer Queen getting a lot of damage in here, and arrows are going to come down and take that game if the Wallbreakers do.
And Pompeyo coming out hot today, starting things off with a 2-0, and you see a little celebration here for him. Solid performance so far.
I really, probably not the best matchup here, but Pompeyo playing solid and really making it look easier than it was.
Very, very well done by Pompeyo. Overall, someone said Moon Knight. That's a different universe. Although I do think that I've been saying for a long time, I do think that we are deserving of a broader Clash universe, expanded further and further with more lore and good stuff. And maybe we can find maybe we can get some good backstories, like who is the bandit and why does she run around so fast? Right? These are questions I need answered.
Why has the Lumberjack got so much rage built up in him? Who knows?
Yeah, the Lumberjack reminds me of there's an old Jackie Chan movie where he does the drunken boxing style. You know, he's good at kung fu, but then once he gets the rage in him, like he can really take on like hundreds of opponents at once. And that's I think the Lumberjack maybe he went and trained in a similar dojo. Who knows?
Yeah, and then you pair them with the E-Bobs, and they're just an unstoppable combo that lots of casual players have trouble dealing with.
Why is the Loon loony? That's a good question. Why is a Loon loony? When will Rich reach 100,000? That's a good question too, guys. We are currently at 99,589. So 411 people away from 100K. Man, hey, I don't know if we're gonna hit it today. Maybe we'll hit it tomorrow. Either way, I'm very excited to hit 100,000 with you guys very soon. If you're watching right now and you haven't subscribed yet, this is the most fun place for Clash Royale esports. Have wonderful guests like SB, who I have today. Sometimes we have coaches like Jebas and Julesy in the mix, always bringing you really fun Clash Royale esports stuff. We'll be doing it all year. This competition is happening all throughout the year. Split number 1 now, split number 2 in July, August, and then the grand finals, the world finals for it in December. We have a lot of Clash Royale League content here as well. So if you like competitive Clash Royale, you like Clash Royale esports, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Ring the bell if you want notifications. But either way, subscribe, don't miss any of it, and make sure you come back for a whole lot of Clash Royale esports and be a part of us hitting 100,000, which is going to happen sometime very, very soon.
And it looks like EGW going to be the next player here, trying to take on Pompeyo, trying to stop his sweep. We saw so many sweeps today, 2 already out of 2 games, so will we see another one from Pompeyo?
We'll find out. I mean, yeah, it's been Sweep City so far. Would be very, very cool to see one more here, and of course, love to see Pompeyo get it done. But the question now is, what kind of craziness does EGW have? Especially kind of seeing that Pompeyo has gone just a half step outside of expectations, right? With the minor loon, with the lava play in game number 1, with the slightly different variation of MK Wallbreakers in game 2. Does EGW similarly try to step outside of the lines?
Yeah, it's interesting here. I really imagine that EGW is causing a lot of problems for all the analysts today. You know, they're not really expecting. You can't really expect what you're going to face. Do you just play something solid like a control deck, thinking that you can just, you know, counter most of his kind of gimmicky decks? I would rather not say, but they are sometimes quite gimmicky. So it'll be interesting to see what Pompeyo does here.
Royal Giant for Pompeyo. And is there a log for EGW here?
He'll only have arrows there, so he has to play the Skeleton King. One Ellie hit as well from that RG is going to be quite a lot of damage coming down of it. A good ability there, cleaning up all the troops. I think without that ability, he could have been in a lot more trouble than he is.
Mina Farag in the chat saying wouldn't be surprised if EGW sweeps. He's been solid this tourney. He definitely has the capability, but anything can happen in 3 games of Clash Royale.
And this mortar deck from EGW is slightly more comfort. He's been running it a lot more on ladder. He's friends of probably one of the better players of this deck called Luminary, so we will have a few tips from him from this. Interesting to see whether this will be able to pay off. I don't think Pompeyo here is going to have arrows here as well in this deck. So these archers are going to be key for EGW defending these RGs and these pushes if he can utilize them correctly.
And EGW has been playing this Mortar Miner variation a lot as of late. Played it a bunch in Royale Masters. We saw him play it yesterday, I believe, as well. Back to it one more time.
This could be quite a bit of damage here if things go his way. Minions may get on tower. That fireball played on the archers could have been a bit of an overcommit for Pompeyo. I think he's going to be alright, but this is just a warning going into the future. Maybe don't fireball those archers next time if you've not got the right defense.
Mortar comes down left-hand lane, 2176. With 30 seconds left in standard time.
Great arrows there, getting a lot of value, even though it doesn't take any of the troops. It allows the mortar to finish off that Mother Witch, which could be a real problem here for EGW. He doesn't have the best responses from Mother Witch, so it's all going to be about, does Pompeyo utilize this Mother Witch really effectively, getting lots of pigs generated from it, or can EGW kind of block it with things like the Skeleton King, or the Fly Machine, or the Miner with the arrows?
RG sets up to the right-hand lane as we go into sudden death overtime. EGW has been holding on to this lead quite nicely.
Yeah, and from here on out, now he's got the damage lead. He's able just to sit back and relax. Even these miners, he's not expecting to get too much damage. It's just a card cycle at this point. He's using that Skeleton Army and the Skeleton King really well there. He can play both at the same time, and because Pompeyo's only got one Barb Barrel, if he takes out that Skeleton Army to start with, EGW just pops his ability and that'll DPS the RG down after.
Mother Witch has not been able to make a huge impact here as of yet, despite all of the skeletons on the board, but you see the battle back being done by Pompeyo.
Yeah, the Mother Witch in this situation can be like the Golden Knight. If it gets a dash on tower, it can be game-changing, but if you don't utilize it correctly, it's just a wasted card.
Here we go, triple elixir. Mother Witch in front of a bunch of skeletons on the left-hand side. Now a lot on the right-hand side, and going to go ahead and just use the Zappies to contend with the minion horde on the right-hand lane. Fisherman in the middle. And that Fly Machine just sitting there begging to be dealt with.
And a crucial minor arrows on that Mother Witch here, acknowledging that he's in the lead. Let's not let anything crazy happen. High minion hordes can be played as well from EGW. Even though Pompeyo's got the fireball, it gets so much damage to where after you've already fireballed it, it's already took out the troops it wanted to.
Here we go, Royal Giant left-hand lane, going to force out some responses. Does Pompeyo go second RG to the right-hand lane? Skeletons do a little bit of damage. Fireball onto the minion horde. This RG will do some damage on the left-hand side. Is that the investment that Pompeyo wants? 14 seconds left. Miner goes to the back on that left-hand tower. Now RG at the bridge. Miner plus arrows. Pompeyo looking like he's not going to be able to have it. Fireball onto that mortar. RG will not go to the right, though. GG, well played. EGW stops Pompeyo from the King of the Hill sweep.
Yeah, some solid plays from Pompeyo there. Even though we lost at the end of the matchup, he was making some predictions, doing the things he had to do to give him the chance to win, but unfortunately a little bit too late. If he was doing those predictions early in the game, it could have been him losing the matchup straight away, so that's why it only came out later, but still not enough damage on the board after it.
And EGW has been really good in this competition overall. SB, do you have that Liquipedia up again today that had on you that they had?
I do actually, yeah, I'll bring it up. I saw it posted yesterday again. I'll try and find it quickly for you.
We've definitely had some great performances overall. Of course, the best win rate in the competition has been Mohamed Light, but there are other people in this competition as well. And EGW, as it coming into yesterday, I believe had a 65% win rate. We'll see what his win rate is today as SB goes ahead and grabs that info.
I'll just send that across to you now.
Oh, you can go. I mean, you're more than welcome to give the information.
Yeah, so it seems about the same. EGW currently 11 wins, 5 losses, now 12 wins, 5 losses. So he would be a bit above 70% win rate, which puts him in third currently overall. on the total win rates, but he's got one of the highest wins. So he's beating some of the players that have only played a few games that have high win rates just because they've only played a couple.
And that's important. With 12 wins, he actually is currently has the most wins overall in the competition, with Mohamed Light, Surgical Goblin, and Sandbox all tied at 11. So for the moment, EGW takes the overall lead on total wins in this competition.
Yeah, and I think total wins is just, if not more important than win rate, it shows who the workhorses of the team, who's grinding out the wins. You know, you can have a few wins here and there, but when you're getting consistent wins, that shows that you're really playing at the top of your game.
Here we go, jumping into another game. Let's see if EGW can add to it as Hasiel steps in against our current wins leader.
And it looks like Hasiel playing the standard Mega Knight minor wall breakers, which is quite adventurous against EGW, knowing that he's probably the best player in the game with this deck. So it'd be interesting to see if EGW knows how this deck would lose to the deck that he's currently playing, and he can utilize that.
Hasiel coming off of a #2 finish in our most recent CRL monthly final, where he is also currently the second place, alone in second place, with 140 points. A great start to his 2023 campaign for a guy who had to take some time to focus on school last year. Looks like he is dialed in and ready for 2023.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a drill here for EGW. He's going to just be wanting to survive single elixir against this heavy pressure Mega Knight Wall Breakers deck. And if he can do that, he'll be able to get into double and start slowly getting those damages in and snowballing his lead against Hasiel.
You talk about lifelong performance. Hasiel's legacy personal best, 88.76. And his best finish in the modern ranked season. So far, just a top 1,000. He has not spent a lot of time really grinding ranked. 962, and that's interesting. You talk about making it into CRL. Top 1,000 qualify for that Swiss bracket. Hasiel just barely pushed his way into that top 1,000, made sure he had that spot, but then put the work in on the competitive side to put himself in second place at this opening part of the season.
Yeah, I think ladder and competitive are even further apart than they used to be now. I think just because we've got such strong decks that you only play really 1 or 2 decks on ladder, and because of this dual format, you're having to be versatile, you're having to play lots of different decks, and you're having to conform to not your standard ladder deck.
And
EGW slowly building up here.
This rise,
sorry, Rich, you go ahead.
Well, I'm seeing this, and I understand the synergy that Zap has in this deck, right? The ability to retarget things, whether it be using the Miner, whether it be using the Mega Knight, whether it be trying to find weird ways to get targets in certain spots to slide those wall breakers through. But Zap overall has been almost the dead small spell for such a long time. Why now are we seeing more Zap?
I can only imagine that the reason here is just because it pairs well with the arrows for its overall damage. You would normally play like a snowball or a zap in this situation. I don't think you'd be playing a log. And also, it only pairs well with these wall breakers because it can get that sneaky hit off if you, say, zap a skeletons just at the right minute, and it allows you to win these competition games when you shouldn't be, just because you've got the ability to outplay.
2186 to 1219. Hasiel looking to stop EGW here if possible and secure the first set for Chivas Esports.
EGW slowly getting the damage back, but it may be too little too late. We've saw this in a lot of situations today where they've just slowly got the damage back, but then they've got the miner and the arrows in, and slowly but surely they've lost that tower just because it's been too low HP and they haven't been able to hold on for the rest of the game.
Mega Knight sets up way in front here. Royal Ghost will end up being kind of a lost card here. Miner in, Mega Knight plus arrows doing a ton of damage. Sticks that cannon cart way deep in enemy territory. Archer Queen goes to ability. E-Wiz will stay on the board, but still, damage done. And these pushes just really seem like they're going to get nothing at the bridge.
Yeah, and I think this is another way we're seeing how strong Zap is in this sort of deck. If you're playing with the arrows and the Zap, it actually takes out magic archers and can do a lot of damage. It's almost like replacing a fireball, and especially when you need the damage on the tower and you've not got that miner always getting hit just because EGW is going to be lane blocking. He's almost got like 1,000 damage here just from purely arrows and Zaps alone because he's going to be getting the troop value as well with it.
Magic Archer trying to get that last bit of lineup. Can't get it done here for EGW. He'll have to settle for 12. Way up on the wins list so far, but Chivas Esports much happier to have the set completed and take that win.
Yeah, and Chivas getting the set win. Going into set 2 now, going to be a lot more confident knowing that they know what they have to tackle EGW. The other players before as well, Pompeyo getting solid wins on the board, brings confidence up, and going into the second set, they'll be wanting to win this game.
Develop saying makes sense. SB with the Zap Arrow combo. Maybe we'll see more of that from people as of late. How are the match going today? Says Aries. They've been good so far. Our opening matchup on the day, SK Gaming, eliminated finally from the playoffs by Hype Boys. We're on match number 2, Chivas Esports versus Strangers TIKIS. Next up will be a big one, Tribe Gaming, trying to fight their way up into the top 2 for that first round bye, but they have the hardest matchup of the entire competition against the super team of PUIGINS. And then Team Queso now has a chance to move up, a chance to stay in the hunt, but they have to get past the very dangerous CALALAS. So that's the remainder of our matches on the day. Let's see. Adam asking, why isn't Mortar and Hog played today very often? And I feel like Mortar Hog has really dropped off in the last couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. But just because of this Mega Knight deck that has the arrows, that has lots of counters to the Hog, and we're seeing many Nado decks with the Miner Nado, with the Drill Nado, there's just lots of counters, and paired with the Golden Knight, it's a deck that's really weak against Golden Knight.
And I do see some people asking who's the guy over to my left, your right. So it's a perspective question. I see you guys fighting over for these left or right. That's SB, longtime Clash Royale pro, member of multiple teams in CRL Asia. And then, of course, right now, you go look at the leaderboards, tied for 17th in CRL 2023, all the way from Perth, Australia. So very excited to have him here. For as much as we do have him, SB's not able to stay the full day because he's also a student and has exams he has to study for and sleep for on Monday. But happy to have you in here for this one, SB. And I think I still have, if you want to follow SB for hot takes and hot memes, go ahead, follow SB on Twitter right there, twitter.com/SB. Is that double underscore or just one underscore, CR?
It's double. I think it's double underscore. I think the one underscore was taken at the time I made the account, but it's always a difficult one because if you just put the name on a graphic, people aren't always going to get your ad.
So here we go. Set number 2. Chivas Live Esports going to come out with Anaban, Hasiel, Ardentoas for this one. And then Strangers going Adrian, Piedra, Eric, and EGW as their lineup. So should be a fun one here. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. You talk about some old school matchups. Adrian, Piedra, and the sniper himself, Anaban. Let's go.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Rich, I love seeing Anaban in comp. It brings something different. You know, we always see the standard comp deck, so seeing players like EGW and Anaban, such solid players in their own right, but they'll play something different as well, and it just makes it more fresh as a commentator watching it.
And so far, so meta from Anaban. Let's see if he goes somehow E-Golem freeze attached to all this for no apparent reason.
Okay, I'd love to watch it. It'd be a great game to cast. And also, it seems like he's got a friend as well on his camp, so maybe that dragon helps him along the way.
I never watch Anaban streams or videos. Does anybody here watch Anaban regularly, and does he usually hold a baby dragon or other friend while he plays? Anybody know that? No? Nobody?
Rich asking the important questions here. Going into it, looks like an aggressive RG off the back here for Anaban, but that Inferno Dragon's going to absolutely melt it. He could be in a bit of trouble here. Even the Ewis comes down, but it doesn't lock onto the Inferno Dragon. And if Adrian Piedra can acknowledge that he's down Elixir and support this Inferno Dragon, he can get a lot of damage here.
Well, the E-Wiz just locks it up, and Adrian doesn't take advantage of that opportunity. Instead, kind of gives the Elixir advantage all the way back.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between like a pro player and a very top pro player. I think in a situation like that, Mo would instantly acknowledge that he's up 5 or 6 elixir and just go instantly at the bridge, and that's the game won straight out of the bag.
And you see Adrian, this is, if you want to talk about things that are normal for Adrian, watch his hands. You'll see him take his hands off and do all this stuff like stretching and cracking his knuckles all the time. He's been doing that as long as we've been watching him in competitive Clash Royale. You gotta wonder if that impacts the gameplay at all the hand stuff, or if that just helps him settle.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players all have the little idiosyncrasies that just help them calm down even, or just take their mind off the game, get a little of the pressure gone, and all of that can make the difference in making you play solid and not make too many mistakes that you would normally not make if you're just playing at home by yourself.
And a little tanking for that Inferno Dragon is the Skeleton King and his spawns, but they don't really do much for it.
And this early damage seems to be the only difference here for Anaban. Apart from that, not too much else happening. I think Adrian's deck is a solid deck, but it seems like it's quite old-fashioned in the sense that it was probably very meta about maybe like 3, 4, 5 seasons ago in these dual formats. But I think it's definitely an attempt to snipe Anaban specifically, and I don't know if it's paid off here.
And no touches there, so as we go into sudden death overtime, Anaban sets up his Royal Giant to the opposite lane, and this will probably be just to force some gameplay into that side here.
Yeah, it'll bring some a bit of action, and he knows that he's probably not going to really get much damage with this RG, but it shows Adrian's hand, and he may get back to another RG on the right-hand side if Adrian over-defends it. I think Adrian's done the right amount of defense here, and just enough to where he doesn't have to spend too much to stop all the shots, but he's not spent too little to where it's got too much damage.
Giant Skeleton really has not been able to do what Adrian wants it to do in this matchup so far. Now it gets up in front, does do some tanking, Graveyard in, and Log will be the method, followed by the Monk. So wary of the arrows is Anaban in this first exchange.
Yeah, first a little bit of damage for Adrian. Adrian will be happy seeing that. He'll be a bit more confident now to go with these Graveyards, knowing that he's not going to be punished straight away because of them. Although Anaban going in here with this RG, unfortunately the Monk is behind, but it actually sneaks in front and takes that damage away from the Inferno Dragon on the RG, and the RG may get a hit here because of it.
And that's another nice hit for Anaban. 40 seconds left. Fireball at the bridge to clean up. Skeleton King is tanking for the Graveyard, forcing out the Log. Good damage in, though. 30 seconds left. Fireball down. Fireball goes to the front, and just like that, Adrian Piedra takes the lead with 25.
Will he be able to stop this RG? That's the question. A nice Giant Skeleton to block it, but a Fisherman countered by the Zappy. So many predictions there that have all worked out for each player. Even the Fireball coming down from Anaban is countered by the Skeleton King as well. Maybe this RG will not get hit. That E-Wiz is not on the Inferno Dragon. The Tombstone will come down late. There we go. Log Fireball, is it enough? The RG may get a hit. It does. And oh my god, Adrian just lost that game in the last second.
That was such a close finish there, and you saw just no real answer to stop that Royal Giant. And you talked about the first E-Wiz not being on the Inferno Dragon, but getting back around, triple elixir. And I you know, of all the different changes that were made in the history of Clash Royale, and it was reviled when it was first introduced. I remember pros were so upset about it. I didn't like it. The change from 6 minutes and just double elixir to 5 minutes with triple, I think is one of the best changes made in the history of this game. And you see that right there. This E-Wiz taking advantage of that triple elixir final few seconds to give us this phenomenal finish. SB, in retrospect, and I don't know how you, first of all, two-part question. How did you feel about the change from 6 minutes with double elixir the whole way to the 5 minutes with the final minute of triple? How did you feel about it initially? And now that it's been around for a few years, how do you feel about it?
Honestly, I really didn't like it initially. I would normally say I'm more neutral in most of the decisions that the Clash Royale dev team make, but It was just triple elixir seemed gimmicky. It seemed like you're playing like a 7 times elixir mode and it shouldn't be played in competitive Clash Royale. But the fact that it was implemented, and also we've got to remember that you used to be able to draw in Clash Royale as well. People would play decks like Expo and just defend the whole game if they've got a bad matchup, and just even if they had 1 HP left on their tower, they would get the draw and they'd play knowing that in mind. So I think it's really promoted a lot more healthier Clash Royale gameplay with both of those changes being implemented.
And the second one, and maybe the more important one for you to point out, right, is that we used to have draws. There used to be rules for draws. Draws were part of the game. And in competitive, playing 6 minutes, drawing out, and then having to come back out and play again, there was some power to it, but it did not make for a phenomenal product. And I know for myself, I prefer not having draws when I'm playing. I don't know if you guys know this phrase, but in American, and it's primarily from wrestling originally, but they used to say that a draw is like kissing your sister, right? Like, the game's over, it's a kiss, but that's not a good one, not one that you want. So I know that I was very happy to see draws get vaulted overall, and the faster gameplay also nice as well.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that, Rich. It really kind of made a new meta in itself, because decks like that were heavily control based that purely won because they defended, and a draw for them was a win. But if you drew against them, it's a loss because they've just defended for 6 minutes. So it's definitely improved the game a lot.
And I see a lot of people asking, is Mohamed Light playing? Yes, Mohamed Light will be in our next match as Tribe Gaming takes on PUIGINS. But for now, we are still in Chivas versus Strangers. Let's go ahead here and see if Anaban can continue the solid play for Chivas Esports.
And Anaban with a heal spit here. That's a typical Anaban type play. Not many people using heal spit in comp here, but Anaban always plays something funky. And I think he's gone with Lava Clone here. And he doesn't even play the standard Lava Clone. He normally plays it with Barbs too. So this could get him a really good matchup, and I think it has by the looks of things.
A lot of people having memories of those old days of those draws. People would play it out, and also maybe a big part of Expo already wasn't great in competitive before draws were eliminated, and of course, getting rid of draws. I think really, if there's any deck that got hurt more by the elimination of draws, it probably was Expo.
Yeah, no matter how many times you see Expo on ladder, you still never see it in competition. Anaban here taking a lot of early damage here, but when you're watching Anaban play Lava, you always think, oh, you've took so much damage, and then all of a sudden he gets it back because he plays his tech so well. He knows all the little micro interactions and macro interactions for the deck in order to get him the best possible value for all of his troops.
And big push in here. Fisherman to try to separate the Lumberjack away and not give the Rage advantage.
Interesting here that he chooses to go with the heal spit instead of the clone. I think that might have been a slight mistake here for Anaban, but the missed arrows coming down will get a lot of damage and also allow Anaban to take out that flying machine.
And there is the clone anyway, so welcome to casting there, SB, because players will always surprise you and flip the script on you very quickly, and just like that, maybe flip the script on Eric as well, who thought, just like you did, heal spirit in lieu of a clone, but instead it was in addition to. And yeah, those arrows missing was a huge problem. Just like that, Anaban in a comfortable lead.
Yeah, and I even jinxed myself by saying Anaban plays this deck in such weird ways where you'd expect the play, and he does it yet again after I've just cast and cursed him. So yeah, going with the Lava Hound into this push, he may lose his tower here, but he's just going to bank on the fact that he can take his tower in return and it'd be a 2-1 game. Instead, going to defend his pigs. Go with the mirror. I don't think he'll be able to stop this, but he's got a lot of troops coming forward. The arrows on the tower, not getting that second lava, could be big as well.
And this pig just barely does get shut down, but Arrow's mirror would be able to do the work. But look at all that in the pocket. Lava Hound tanking, pups, clones, skeleton dragons, baby dragons, maybe inventing a new dragon at this point with the number of dragons on the board. And this is, no matter what, yes, those pigs can go get some work done, but look at what's on the King Tower. You don't get a lot of 3 crowns these days. You get one right here. Anaban lava cloning his way to that win.
Yeah, and really utilizing the dragon there, the one on his lap and the one in the game. I think that might have been the difference there for Anaban to get the win.
And maybe he's, you know how they say in your battle banner, don't put the cards you play in your battle banner to give it away. Anaban going, you know what? Fine, I'll just put them in my lap here. And take a look at this final chunk, and just so much on the board, and this is what Lava Clone will do to you at the end of a game. You have a Lava Hound, 2 Baby Dragon, Skeleton Dragon, Pups, and you can go Pigs the opposite direction, but again, this was just way too much on the board. The clone comes in, nothing there to clean up all of that. The arrows come out, doesn't matter. GG, well played. And Anaban coming out hot here in game number 1. The question is, can he keep it up against EGW, who's coming up next?
Yeah, I just really hope he keeps playing the Anaban type style decks. He's so strong with them. If he goes for a meta deck that he might not be as strong with it. If he plays one of the decks that, you know, he would use to snipe people on ladder, then he can have a lot of success in comp if he keeps on continue to doing it.
Well, let's see. We'll see if he's incoming sweep alert, says Vash. GG Anaban, says Flippant Weirdo, who has returned. Felix Reyes with the fire emotes. And coming back out next, EGW, who would love to add one more to his lead. Let's see if he can do it here. Game number 2 on its way.
And this could be match point here for Chivas if they get the win. EGW been anchored twice for his team, but I don't know if he'll be able to. He's been expected to reverse sweep both times, so it's been quite a tough task for him.
And Emma coming in, mod SB so cute for no reason. You're quite the Clash Royale heartthrob today.
Hey, I'll take it. Someone's got to do it, right?
Well, congratulations. Let's see, can Anaban get it done here? EGW once again in a position where one win won't do it. You know, a lot of the times we think in King of the Hill, your job's just to go out and get a win. If you get one win, you've done your job. But the pressure, that is so different for the anchor player, who often finds themselves in the position of needing 2 or 3 wins. And SB, you know, I don't know how much. I don't remember how much of King of the Hill you played in the top, middle, or bottom position. Did you prefer a certain position in King of the Hill?
Yeah, I think at different points in my Clash Royale career per se, I was at the very start I was a lot more nervous, so I would always go first. I'd be best utilized first to where nerves didn't impact me as much, and I was able to go kind of like free reign, I guess, on the King of the Hill. But then as I got a bit older, a bit more experienced, I really thrived off playing off anchor. I think it allowed me under pressure situations, I kind of just turned it on. So I think it just depends on how you feel at the time and where you are in comparison to your teammates.
Did the mentality shift, and great damage here from Anaban with this Electro Giant push, did the mentality shift partially include the idea that, hey, you're in the anchor spot, you have to win 3 in a row, and it almost like relieved the pressure because what you had to do felt so difficult that people you wouldn't get negative attention for not being able to do it?
Yeah, definitely. It's just one game at a time. Just grit your teeth and do your best. You know, you're not expected to win, but if you do, you know, you're the hero, and if not, you know, it doesn't really matter too much.
It's like the opposite of a goalkeeper, right? A goalkeeper, everyone ignores their successes and bemoans their failures, whereas in the anchor spot, you know, if you lose, it's what you're supposed to do, and if you win, then you're a god.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely agree with you there. I've never really thought of it that way, but it probably is. It's one of those positions that, you know, you're the hero, but you're never zero.
And mirrored pigs on the tower for EGW, and a ton of damage. Arrows in to clean up a bit more, and suddenly, what was completely in control for Anaban, bomb tower against pigs, the mirror comes and plays hero for EGW.
Yeah, and I think these mirror pigs are really strong. It allows EGW to beat all the hard matchups. You know, we saw him beat this matchup exactly yesterday, but without the E-Giant. It always coming down. He always plays the pigs once the bomb tower is out of cycle. You know, ideally Anaban wouldn't use a bomb tower here on these first pigs, but he has to because he can't deal with them. And then the second pigs come down, and he's in a lot of trouble.
Opting not to go pigs mirror here yet. Nice NATO we saw earlier from. Is Anaban the best? Is Anaban the best with NATO in this game? Is there somebody better as a NATO player?
No, definitely Anaban. He plays it in ways that people don't play it, so I think that's what makes you the best. If you play it in a way that the standard NATO player, the standard pro will think, why have you done that? That's when you know you're the best with it.
And here we go. Will there be another cheeky NATO here? None. Instead, Miner goes to the back with all the tankage happening. Giant Skeleton does get the pickup, though.
Yeah, and Anaban realising he's probably not going to be able to get a big E-Giant push in here, so he's going with his miners and his Golden Knights. A big dash on tower. Will EGW be able to win in this push? I think this is his last chance. Anaban just going for the NATO poison cycle with hopefully getting a miner hit. He doesn't get the miner hit. A good catch here by EGW, but it may be too little too late once his poison comes down on the tower.
174, no NATO for EGW. Has to clear and just go full send. Poison ticking away, not going to happen. And that's a clean sweep by Anaban, who almost had it taken away, but ends up doing a brilliant job. And that is a huge win for Chivas Esports. Very, very well done. Let's go take a look at one of the top moments here. You want to talk about Anaban being Anaban, top NATO player in the world. And here you go, take a look. And this is going to be, you see the pigs and the mirrored pigs coming in behind. And this was a huge swing. It looked like EGW was going to add that 13th win and totally take this over. But you can see, look at this. While there's 2 elixir extra for EGW in the hole, there's way more elixir on the board for Anaban. And the NATO pull, the fisherman pulls the miner, but the NATO there takes the great time in between the pull, right? The fisherman's feet aren't set, gets the E-Giant on board, and gets himself right back in the game. And you talked about it, SB. That's what Anaban does really well.
Yeah, just utilize that NATO in ways that people don't use before, and getting the sweep here is really good for Anaban. You know, a lot of people think he's not able to do it in comp, but I think if he plays the way he does on ladder in comp, then why can he not be one of the best players if he had so much success on ladder?
And, you know, people, let's go back to it for a minute with the Chivas Esports performance in the No Tilt League Special Edition during, like in 2020, before we got into CRL that year, right? Anaban put up a nearly, I think at one point he was at a 70% win rate. He was at one point the top player in that league. He was just putting up win after win after win. And from an analyst perspective, they're like, Anaban understands every card, and you can make weird stuff for him and make it work. He did great. Lost his momentum at the very end of that league in the playoffs. But, man, what he did during league play was phenomenal. And another phenomenal performance right here. And that third win should guarantee them, because I believe Chivas Esports, let me go ahead and do one quick look on this one. I believe that Chivas Esports had the earlier win over Team Queso, if I remember correctly. Yes, they won against Team Queso. So with that victory, Chivas Esports has guaranteed themselves a spot in our top 6, and now taking one step closer, more importantly, to getting themselves a good matchup in our playoff round.
Yeah, Rich, and sadly, I think this is the time where I have to head off. I need to get some sleep, but it's been a great time casting today for these 2 games. Some really good sweeps and some good gameplay, so I want to say thank you to everyone in chat who's supporting, and I wish you the best with the next 2 games, and I'll definitely be back on your channel soon. Oh,
yes, of course. Thank you, SB, and everyone in the chat. Let's give some love to SB right now for bringing in some really phenomenal analysis, saving my voice as we are now on day 9 of 10 days in a row of casting Clash Royale. Get some rest. Thank you so much, and crush those exams.
Thank you very much. Bye, everyone.
Adios. And there you have it. And then there was one, folks. And everyone, yeah, give some good love to SB in the chat here. Doing a great job. Really wonderful. He hit me up a while ago. I can't remember if he hit me up right up, but said he was interested in casting. And I always thought he'd be pretty good at it. And wonderful to have an opportunity here as part of the Queso Cup. So very, very, very excited. And don't you worry, we will be having SB back. Unfortunately, not tomorrow, because it's middle of the night. I think it's like 2 a.m. or something for him in Perth right now, and he has a big exam Monday morning, so I won't be back tomorrow, unfortunately. But we'll be finding more ways to get SB back on the channel here very, very soon. Next up for our matches, another big one here: Tribe Gaming versus PUIGINS will be our next one. After that, Team Queso versus SK CALALAS, and that Tribe Gaming versus PUIGINS matchup. It's at the top of the table, and you think, okay, not as important, but Tribe Gaming with a win over PUIGINS would move Tribe Gaming not just into the top 2, but would potentially push PUIGINS in a position to not make the top 2, right? Because Tribe Gaming, if they get the win here, they would be ranked over PUIGINS at the head-to-head matchup, and then it would come down to Shot CALALAS needing to win out at this point, and could PUIGINS take another loss? Now, is it most likely that PUIGINS will stay in the top 2 and get that first round bye? Yes, absolutely, that's the most likely result here. But Tribe Gaming, with the push into the top 2, would again themselves get a first round bye. So the interplay between Tribe Gaming and CALALAS, very, very important here. Now, keep in mind that between Tribe and Shock, that's going to be a match day 7 matchup. So if Tribe Gaming wins over PUIGINS, and then CALALAS, and then Tribe Gaming can beat Shock on the final day, Tribe Gaming would then get themselves a guaranteed first-round bye. So that is a really interesting one, and that's what's coming up next. So today, Tribe versus CALALAS PUIGINS, and then tomorrow they will be up against SK CALALAS, Shock CALALAS. So 2 big matchups, Tribe Gaming really wanting those back-to-back wins here. And the rosters for these 2 teams, for Tribe Gaming, coming out with Wallace, Sandbox, Betfas, and xAlee. And then you guys probably already know here, but let's just remind you of the super team for PUIGINS of Mohamed Light, Lucas, Mugi, and Greco, who is now known as Lentils, his 3rd name in as many years. Good for him with so many names. The lineup to kick off our first set for Tribe Gaming, xAlee, Sandbox, Betfas, and PUIGINS going with Mugi, Greco, and Mohamed Light. So Mugi, Lentils, Greco, and Mohamed Light. No Lucas in our first lineup here for this squad. So very, very interesting matchup. Let's see. Do you sleep with your glasses on? Yes, of course. How would I block out the night? You know what I mean? As we get ready for our next one, and I see here the counter going up, we're at 99,625. I see about 1,000 of you watching on YouTube right now. The best way to support what we do here on the channel is to subscribe. Of course, liking this stream helps out with amplification, helps people go ahead and see stuff. Talking in chat is phenomenal, all those different things. But subscribing to the channel so that you come back for all the Clash Royale esports, including the last day of gameplay tomorrow for this league stage, and our playoffs, which will be April 22nd and 23rd, I believe. Yep, April 22 and 23 for the playoffs of this competition, where we'll award that $15,000 prize pool. You can make sure not to miss any of it by subscribing to the channel and helping us reach that 100,000. And that's the counter. 99,626, under 400 subscribers away from getting to that 100,000. So I'd appreciate it. I would love the support if you are willing to give it. But no matter what, whether you subscribe or not, you're getting gameplay. Here we go. Game number 1 between Tribe Gaming and PUIGINS, xAlee versus Mugi. Let's do it. And we've seen kind of a reduction in mortar play. Yes, we've seen some of it today, but mortar has not been as popular. And here we go, opening up this game with mortar on both sides. And we saw people asking earlier today about the Hog EQ. Would we see Hog EQ? What happened to Mortar Hog? Well, looks like we're going to have it right here out of Mugi in our opening game. An interesting choice here from Mugi, considering how much the meta... And people ask about why aren't we seeing so much Mortar Hog? And a lot of it is because Earthquake has really... Earthquake does not help you with trying to kill troops behind the big pushes, behind the big... And that Mortar misplayed. Is there any other intentional reason for that Mortar to be played to the outside like that? What a shocking placement of the Mortar from Mugi. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that from him before. But one reason why we don't see Mortar Hog as much is because of the prevalence of E-Giant decks, of Golem decks right now. This deck really struggles to kill things behind those pushes. And so, because of that, ends up getting some bad matchups in decks that are against decks that are really, really popular. Cannon Cart blocked it, says Balthazar. Just a surprising misstep from the 2022 World Champion. And you're going to see here that only able to deal with the flying machines once they're on his own side of the tower. Mugi now switching lanes. Archers plus Cannon Cart will just DPS the Hog to create a really nasty push into this left-hand side. And just happy, look at this, just happy to Flying Machine in the middle, knowing that those Archers aren't going to be able to do anything about it right now. Miner goes to the Archer. And these arrows are going to open up a real possibility. And just being forced to spend over and over again. Mugi's micro is typically phenomenal, despite that one misstep with the mortar, and you see him controlling very well here. And that was a lot. Arrows in. Skeleton King gets the Flying Machine on tower. Ice Spirit tries to reset and doesn't. The Ice Spirit doesn't end up getting on to that Flying Machine, and that might be enough to swing this game almost to an unrecoverable position. Up by over 1,000 HP is Mugi. And in a very difficult prospect of making the comeback while also keeping those miners off the tower. It's been just the control the middle game for Mugi best he can. Now he starts cycling EQs, but Earthquake log cycle is not going to be enough. He has to get Hogs on tower, and I just don't see it happening here. And there he goes, cycles onto the King Tower as well. Arrows will clean that up. And xAlee calling good game. And a tough matchup situation for Mugi, and this really answers the question very easily. Why aren't we seeing a whole lot of Mortar Hog? The competitive meta has just shifted in a way that makes Mortar Hog very, very difficult. A lot of people in I'm so in rhythm. Hey, SB, what did you think about that one? Oh, yes, that was really good insight there. SB, who's not here anymore, has gotten in the rhythm there with the all the buttons that I press. I gotta adjust that. Gotta make some adjustments here. Oh well. Yeah. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Oh boy. I see people saying, let's see. Someone said, let's go back. Barbarian saying Flying Machine the most annoying card in the game. Ito saying, well, I love Flying Machine. I think the most annoying card is Firecracker. And Konstantinos going with Archers. So everyone has their own vote for what's the most annoying. But a really rough matchup there for Mugi. And now coming up next is going to be Greco, a.k.a. Lentils, for the second person out on PUIGINS. Let's see. I think the order is because the cannon cart. Yeah, the cannon cart block was in building mode. Yeah, that was pretty rough for him. Another person says Golden Knight's the most annoying. Mahmoud saying it's Princess. 2 votes for Princess. Clash with Jira saying, can you show the purple ones in the back? Yeah, I'll show them. Why is Mo always last? Come on. Why wouldn't Mo be your anchor? You know what I mean? Why not put the man in the position? You know what I mean? Let's see. So next up for xAlee is going to be Lentils, a.k.a. Greco. Let's go ahead and jump on it. And let's see if I can go ahead and find that Liquipedia. There we go. Now I'll have that same information. Greco currently 3rd on the win rate list coming into, or actually now someone's updating. Oh, very cool. 3rd on the win rate list but only 7 games played so far, 5-2. Whereas, of course, oh, I guess this has been updated again. You know what? I guess some of this stuff, what was being shared earlier was not the correct information. I need to double check. Through day 5, the best win rate, EGW had 13. So EGW and Mohamed Light came in today tied at 13, EGW now at 14. So a little update on some of that info. And xAlee going Mortar Hog in kind of a surprising move. I have to admit, this is not what I saw coming out of xAlee in this matchup. But we often just see players go with copy deck. Just don't know if this is the deck to copy, if this is the time and this is the deck. And just goes Zappies, nice log plus the EQ to get that hog a little bit extra work. 1288. And look, maybe this is an analysis thing, because xAlee recognizing the matchup. You know, it's DPS, Fisherman, and Zappies to stop the hog. We see they have not been good yet. Hoggies in, arrows help, and that's going to be a ton of damage for Lentils. And that's going to be a big lead change on top of everything. Now Hoggin in front of the mortar. Fisherman now played in a good timing, but not enough to stop the shot. Fisherman has to be played higher, but that's why you're seeing xAlee flood behind it. If Fisherman is played 5 tiles off the bridge, that little gray tile you see on that same side, that Fisherman, if played not preemptively, but played with a very fast reaction, can fully counter hog when King Tower is activated. But then you run the danger of what we saw from xAlee trying to block the Fisherman with other troops. So really smart plays from xAlee to prevent that Fisherman from comfortably giving the full hog counter. And this one, not going to do it again because, like I said, not played fast enough. xAlee calling good game here. He knows, I think, that he can't defend all of this. Pigs in. And that's going to be the GG. All tied up 1-1 in our first set. Did it again. You get your, I have my rhythm of switching without looking at the switcher. I gotta fix it now. Gotta change that rhythm. Man, I think that I need to actually just change where the buttons are. Please hold. Please hold while I change where buttons are. If you guys are interested in seeing some real next level production work, by the way, go ahead and take a look on my Twitter. I shared some behind-the-scenes footage from, I think it's the Mets baseball team, from the production inside the Mets control room. The team there is on it, and that director is absolute fire. You can check that out on Twitter. Sunglasses are the source of my power. And Kevin Jason saying, change my mind, hogs are annoying. And Rage Clash saying, my Twitter link's not working. The one in the description? Well, here you go. There's my Twitter if you guys want to see that behind-the-scenes look in the Mets production room. And these are just taking their time here. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the not play for a moment. And while they're not playing, how about this? Why don't we try one more time? Folks, about 1,000 of you watching on YouTube. I know more of you watching on Twitch. But we are at 99,644 subscribers. 356 subs away from 100,000. Throw a sub, folks. So you can get scintillating action like this 2 minutes of people not playing cards. And other things that happen that are people actually playing cards. And right now, if I return to tomorrow, you read 504 people here in India. Why don't you just feed 100 poor people? Whether I hit 100,000 or not. Just feed the people, man. If you reach 100,000 subs, I will save a puppy. Save the puppy! Guys, let's get to 100,000 just so the poor people get fed. From this man who's created very strange conditions on feeding people. And what a Golden Knight connection there. Taking the lead temporarily back for Sandbox. You know, every matchup is a little bit different. But I played this deck from Sandbox for a couple of seasons. I played the Ghost version rather than the Dark Prince version. I think the Dark Prince version is even better in this matchup because of the possible lightning here from Lentils. I really liked playing this E-Giant matchup from Sandbox's perspective because of the Magic Archer interplay with the Drill. Ewiz, of course, will shut down the Inferno Dragon nicely. So you have the Drill to pull, and as we get in the triple, we'll see the possibility. I liked it better in single, actually, but the ability for the Drill, if an E-Giant is played in the back, to pull the E-Giant across the front of the tower and line up your Magic Archer without having to use the NATO, then you can double down and go NATO after that. Let's see if that's something that Sandbox chooses to do here. And now he's just changing the conversation since Sandbox has both lanes in pretty good shape. Should expect to see a Dark Prince to the right-hand side here as Sandbox, goes left and just goes full send on the left-hand side. Has to have enough to shut this down. E-Giant will get stopped by the cannon cart. First E-Giant down, second E-Giant, though, in. And has to control. Very, very nicely played with the high Electro Wizard and the Drill. But this is very close, 2167 to 1987. And now just flooding this left-hand lane. And now watch this. Boom. Look at that. The Drill, the Magic Archer, the NATO, the Geography, the Geology. Most importantly, the Geometry. And that's GG, well played. Very nicely done by Sandbox. I missed that deck. I should play it again. 'Tis fun. Here we go, taking a look at the ending there. And you see just the Lightning takes care of the Magic Archer, but the Ewiz keeps that Inferno Dragon from being a problem. And between the Cannon Cart and the Drill, your ability to control E-Giant pushes is nice. But this Drill to the left, turning the E-Giant back around, Sandbox just totally ready with the high Magic Archer, getting tons of value here, tons of lineup. And that's just textbook play with this deck from Sandbox. Good matchup situation overall, good execution on top of it. And there we go. Hey, I came back to just me. Look at that. If I reach 100K, you will awake. SBC can come back and cast with you. Yes, please. It is nice to have him here. Hey, Mythic just subbed to help push 100,000. 99,651. Can we hit 99,700 today? Is that possible to get to 99,700? Because it feels like we could potentially do 300 in one day to get that final push. It feels like we could. But we got to get real I feel like we have to, if we get real close to make that happen tomorrow. Let's see. People talking about that over there. I still pressed the SB button, did I? I don't think I did. Next up should be Mohamed Light. So 2 up, 2 down for Lentils, a.k.a. Greco. And they're working on some of the production stuff in the back right now. Put music saying Sandbox will be anyone at this rate. Maybe. You never know. Ijaj coming in with the sub. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Where is Momo? He's coming. Let's go, Mohamed. Yeah. I feel you. We're gonna see the great. We're gonna see him in here in just a moment. Such a nice community to be part of. Yeah, I really enjoy this Clash Royale competitive community. It's very cool. It's very fun. I think we've done a pretty good job here on this channel of trying to foster a positive environment and weed out some of the riffraff, if you will. If those of you who've been here for a while, you know that I love the ban hammer. It's one of my favorite things of all time. Not afraid to swing it. Not afraid to swing hammers too. The Pharaoh himself, Mohamed Light, who, given the background, I wonder if he's playing. He looks like he's playing from somewhere new. Maybe playing from his dorm at university. So we haven't seen as much of this deck today, assuming that Sandbox is playing just the Bomb Tower minor control version and not the E-Giant one. Haven't seen as much of it today. Mohamed Light going with the MK, I believe the mini P.E.K.K.A variation. And again, looks like it's just this control version out of Sandbox. So first minute and a half away, some chip for Sandbox early, who you see leaking some elixir just because he wants to play the right thing at the right time. So we talked about elixir leakage a little bit yesterday. It's not always a bad thing. Sometimes elixir leakage is to make sure that you're not playing something out of sequence, knowing what your opponent has coming up next. So going with Prince rather than the mini P.E.K.K.A with the Queen version. People often go with the mini P.E.K.K.A version when playing Queen just so you save a little bit of that elixir cycle. Right? Queen and Prince both 5 elixir. Mini P.E.K.K.A and the E-Wiz version both 4 elixir. So sometimes you trade that off, but not making the trade-off here. And Mo will get some Queen damage on the left-hand side. Wall breakers don't connect. Lead still goes for Mohamed Light and PUIGINS here in Game 4. And nice NATO from Sandbox to clear off the bats and get some good damage from that Golden Knight dash. Poison just to shut down the bridge early. Mega Knight gets killed in the air. Good news for Sandbox. So as we get closer to sudden death overtime, pretty even. Mo with better dual lane damage, but Sandbox with the better damage into a single lane. Archer Queen doing a lot of work for Mo in this matchup. And we talk about the things that make him a dangerous player. Mohamed Light is not one to commit to a single lane early. 90 seconds left, still going with dual lane pressure. This deck does that very well. Sandbox may have this one, though. And with those skeletons going down, that's going to be a big queen connection. NATO has to come out. Now minor wall breakers. Now defensive minor. Wall breakers will connect. And suddenly, Mo takes absolute control of this game. And you cannot give Mohamed Light an opening like that one. Minor catch. Minor poison can do a lot of damage here versus the minor arrows. Sandbox does cycle a lot faster. And the NATO trying to get a Golden Knight dash, and it does. 824 to 276, but just not touching the minor. Just leaving the minor completely alone. NATO's it late. Arrows will win this game. And going for minor instead. GG, well played. And just the tiniest bit of room that you give to our world champion. And, you know, you talk about things that make him special. We talked about that earlier. When SB was still here, that Mohamed Light would have taken advantage of the elixir advantage at the bridge that we saw not being grabbed. You see here in this matchup, just when the tiniest door is open. So here we go. The queen here to the left. The prince and the queen take these skeletons off, and that Golden Knight doesn't control. And Mo just immediately, the knowledge of when to start spending. And this is just absolute pitch perfect. Capitalizing on the moment. Then this NATO just ain't it. But here we go. Look at it one more time. Sandbox in a great position. Sandbox controlling, doing good damage. This queen, though, stays very healthy. And Sandbox just maybe a half step early with that Golden Knight. A little overconfident on those skeletons. Mo sees it and just goes super duper aggressive. So add that one to the things that we talk about that make Mohamed Light a next level player. It's the dual lane pressure. And remember, that was the off lane. So we talk about that dual lane damage early on. That was that off lane that Mo had put some damage in. And then in that moment, just boom. Just absolutely boom. Rich tried his best to jinx it. Love you, Rich. Yeah. Sandbox has a nice matchup as well. Yeah, I feel you. Mo's too much to handle. It's just, you can't afford to... There are players that you can afford to make a mistake against. Mohamed Light simply isn't one of them. He's simply the worst person to make a mistake against. And that's just one of those special things. And we saw SB talk about it earlier. We saw it talked about here. Very, very nicely done. And now we're going to go into our next one, which should be Betfas for our next game for Mohamed Light. So we'll see. Can Mo go ahead and turn this whole thing around? The bet is usually yes. Black Meta saying, first time chat on Twitch, pretty sure the miner was Bomb Tower in Sandbox's head. Maybe. Hussein asking, is SK out? Yep, SK will not be able to qualify into the top 6. And Mo getting aggressive with the Royal Giant. Sees Inferno Dragons out of cycle. Goes and puts the RG. Knows there's going to be... he knows Betfas will have to spend a ton to stop the Royal Giant. So he just pushes. Just pressures as soon as it's out of cycle. You know, an often underrated skill in Clash Royale. You know, we talk about micro, we talk about macro, right? How you place cards and know interactions, and how you know overall matchups. Knowing when to go all gas, no brakes, knowing when to step on the brakes. That skill is one of those ones that really separates the top players from everybody else. And now you've had two clear examples of why Mohamed Light's one of the best in the world at doing that specific thing. Gino's asking, once Mo did a trick with an incoming fire spirit. Yes, I remember exactly what it is because I have a video breaking down that exact technique on my channel that I'll go ahead and link for you in the chat here in just one moment. Let me go find it in my shorts. But you can perfectly counter a fire spirit with another fire spirit. I think it works with any other spirit, but yes. Here it is. To answer your exact question. Difficult move. Morten did it. Mohamed Light did it in CRL finals. And Betfas does not like the direction that chain went. Would have loved the tower damage instead. Papino asking, is this for first? If Tribe Gaming wins this one, they would have the matchup over PUIGINS and would temporarily, I believe, take control of first place. I need to look at the other tiebreakers. But I believe they would take control of first place. And Mo getting solid reflection damage here. No building to control the RG, but Fisherman Monk. Little stun from the Electro Spirit. You've seen so far has shut down Betfas in his E-Giant play. The big question will be, do we see a great Anaban-style NATO from Betfas or a solid Lightning to stop those Fisherman pulls? Mohamed Light's usually good enough to avoid those sort of things. And smart play from Betfas. Shuts down that Firecracker with the high Fire Spirit plus Barb Barrel. Defensive Lightning from Mohamed. Golden Knight will not get the big connection, but two E-Giants might be just a bit too much. Lightning on tower rather than on Fisherman. Mo Light still has the lead. Betfas is going to have to make some sort of fancy play here. He goes Barb Barrel to predict the Fisherman. And this Golden Knight's not going to do it. $16.69. Now $13.52. Betfas doesn't have it. He can't Lightning plus NATO. And Mohamed Light reverse sweeps. What in the world? What else do you expect? What else do you expect? What is... I like second-guessed myself there. I thought I had the right... I was like, do I have the right button? I don't have the right button. Do I have the right button? Set number 1 for PUIGINS off the reverse sweep from Mohamed Light. Come on, everybody. Bring it in. I saw that. DiegoB, Nerf Mo, Mo Goat, One Word Goat, Mo Light OP, Yes Mo, Too Easy. That's defense. Why are you surprised? Mo Ridiculous. More Mo. It's not a sweep. It's not a sweep? I thought Mo won all 3 of those. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. It's not. It's not. You're right. You're right. Lentils won 1. That's right. Mo gets 2. Mo gets 2. Still a good 2, though. And with that, Mohamed Light has 15 total wins and retakes control of the not only having the most wins, but having the best win rate. Now at 15-4 overall, which is an over 80% win rate. So there you go. Bananas. Here we go. Second set, Tribe Gaming coming out with Sandbox, Wallace, Betfas. Enki asking, does that trick only work on the inside? Does it come down on the outside tile also work? Does it depend on the place in the opponent's spirit? I don't know if it works on the outside. That's a good question. I don't actually know about that. I never tested it there. PUIGINS coming out, Mo, Lucas, Mugi. So Mohamed Light going right back out again. He says, I got 2. Keep feeding me. Feed me, is what he's saying. More Mo, more problems. 3:30 to go, says Rage Clash. Yeah. Can we get 30 more? Sub has 78% as well. Yes, but I believe, is 15-4 78%? And Sub has only played 9 games versus Mohamed Light's 19. So here we go. Danny Ello saying it works, but it works on the outside too. Good to know. So 79%. So it's 79% to 78. So Mohamed Light takes control of the lead overall, and has the best win rate in the league and most wins right now. Big shocker. Let's see. Nerf Mo Light. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Rude, whoever got us from 669, from 670 down to 1 below. Thank you, whoever made up for that one. Hey, DJ Bad Hand in the mix. Where's SB? He had to go to sleep because he has exams. All right, so first up next is going to be Sandbox versus Mohamed Light. Let's go. Tribe Gaming needs to win this set. Otherwise, PUIGINS will secure first place. Rich, you're obsessed with Mo. You want me to not talk about the best player in the game when he's playing and being the best? Sandbox going most likely hog here. Looking like Mohamed Light going graveyard potentially to look out for that Mega Knight Minor Wall Breakers deck. I think delivery is good for Sandbox here. Hog does get its shot on the left-hand side. Sandbox has to use a lot of EQs, though, on defense against these graveyards. He's going to want to prefer to use... It'll be interesting to see how Sandbox varies up the graveyard defense. Can't go Goblins too much unless that snowball's out of cycle. He'll probably end up cleaning up with Log a lot more. Triple Spell is an interesting choice here from Sandbox. Rather than going with a Spirit for cycle and control, going with the more defensive Royal Delivery. Mortar just barely caught there by the Hunter, and this is a nice hog. Gonna get one, doesn't get the second. Fisherman does get the King Tower activation, but a good job of getting that hog to the outside and away from those zappies. Lead for Sandbox. as he cycles his delivery in the back. And again, just trying to keep that hog away from the Zappies and or Fisherman. Good snowball by Mo to push that back. And Hunter plus Giant Skeleton would have shut that all the way down. Clean defense from Mohamed Light, who maintains his lead by just 33 HP. And Hog gets evaporated here. Can the Goblins get some stabs in for Sandbox? They get a little bit done. Skeleton King is forced out to clean that up. Musketeer goes left, then right. 90 seconds left. And we see the game plan for Sandbox is try to push to the outside and avoid the King Tower activated cannon and Fisherman pulls. Mohamed Light doing the smart move of using the Giant Skeleton to push the Hog Rider back towards the inside in range of that activated King Tower. And now, here we go. Will this be able to get good damage for Mohamed Light? Earthquake working to clean up. A lot spent by Sandbox to stop that graveyard push. 37 seconds left. Preemptive Zappies to prevent the Hog from coming down. And now Sandbox just going to go EQ log. Now the Hog comes in. Fisherman should goes high and gives up the shot, and that should be enough. But Graveyard can do Graveyard things. Will Mohamed Light get the Graveyard in and do enough here? Delivery maybe a little bit early. EQ working to clean up Skeletons. Should be a log behind it. And that's going to be it. Mohamed Light does get stopped, and that's getting him off the board as the first person. That's why you often don't see Mo play first in King of the Hill, because now the scariest man has been taken down. Sandbox played that very, very well. Very well indeed. And, you know, Sandbox did the right thing, right? You saw Sandbox once the King Tower was activated, pushing to the outside, trying to push to the outside. Mo trying to redirect to the inside. So that was one of the most interesting matchups that we've seen today. Really interesting stuff. And, you know, Mo does lose a game once in a while. Sandbox played that one very, very well. And next up for PUIGINS, I believe is going to be Lucas. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? People love watching Mo. Mo lost one game. Washed. Pranav saying, hey, Rich, do you know why most pros EQ both King Tower and Princess once activated doesn't reduce the potential damage to other troops? I mean, it depends on what troops you're playing against, right? Some troops, you might get more value from earthquaking them along with the tower. But, you know, what you're anticipating is the possibility of going to a two-tower game once you go into overtime. So, yeah, you might, just like with anything, most of the time, once you get tower damage, you want to be damaging both. Or once King Tower is activated, earthquaking or fireballing or poisoning both the King Tower and Princess Tower, if you don't have to use that damage for other troops, is more valuable. Now, with something like a poison, you might not do it if you really need to get that poison damage on troops. But there's so many troops that EQ damage is just kind of negligible that you'd rather have it in case of that two-tower situation. Now let's see what Lucas is able to do here. And Greg with the great point here. Scariest man out there just to be replaced by the second and third scariest. And I don't know why, but PUIGINS is going with the extra zoom on all their cameras today. Light Q pointing out that really hilarious piece. So MK Wall Breakers versus Ram Rider. It's so interesting. We don't see a ton of bridge spam. Ram spam has been more popular the last couple of days. I think the last time I saw anyone play a Battle Ram was in mid-ladder. It's so interesting to see how much Battle Ram has disappeared. And Lucas gives up 1. Untouched, the 2 towers of Sandbox. Lucas takes that Prince shot. Gilwa with the chat of the day. If you listen carefully when Mo loses, you'll hear, "But I'm the champ." And Lumberjack there doing some extra work, not just getting the tower damage, but taking off the bats as well. And we've seen this push a bunch. This Bandit Wall Breakers push has become very common with this deck. And Lucas eats the Prince damage and chooses to try to push the opposite way instead. No value really from that Inferno Dragon. I see people asking about the Elixir symbol blinking. I really have no idea why it's doing that. It's popped up lately, and I don't know why that's there. Maybe we'll get an answer one day. Ram Rider raged up. Full-on Ram Rider connection. And that puts some good damage in, but is that too little too late? As Lucas is down below 1,000 HP in both lanes. Fireball cleanup. Bar Barrel on the right-hand side. Miner will do its work. And that Miner, one of the things about this deck, right? You talk about all the ways that it makes you spend in different places. And we've seen today a lot of miners just left to their own devices, able to do an insane amount of damage. But the real issue here for Luke has been the Prince pokes. 2 big Prince connections on that left-hand tower have really defined this game. You add in the uncontested miner and Sandbox, 2 up, 2 down for Tribe Gaming. Sandbox playing great Clash Royale today. Again, PUIGINS does have the 1 set advantage. But Tribe making a case. And again, if Tribe can win this one, they will take control of first place. Which would be absolutely massive. That symbol shows how much they flow. Yeah, but that symbol didn't used to be covered up by something and didn't pump the whole way like that. That feels kind of new. Ben Berger asking, what headset do I use? This is the Audio Technica BPHS-1. It's a broadcast quality headset. I run it through a fairly simplistic audio interface, the very affordable Scarlett 2i2. But yeah, this is a nice little $200 headset that I've used now for many years. It's definitely paid for itself many, many times over. People loving Sandbox right now. Sandbox playing some perfect stuff. Goes in. The Scarlett 2i2 is a great interface. It's a very good entry-level interface. Do I use OBS for streaming? Yes, I actually have vMix on this computer, and I might use it for some more advanced stuff in the future. But for now, yeah, I use OBS. How many screens are in front of you? I have 2. I have actually technically 3 that are active, my main broadcast PC with a second screen for like the chat and other information. Then my my iPad is over here. I switch between watching gameplay on iPad versus screen based on what I'm doing. I have another PC, my Mac over here, my old editing Mac over here, that I bring up sometimes if I need a lot of stuff on board. But right now, I'm totally fine. What time is it for me right now? It is 1:21 in the afternoon. Do I prefer Android or iOS? iOS, for sure. You can see your screens and the glasses. Yeah. So yeah, there's the iPad. And here's gameplay. Sandbox, can you get a 1, 2, 3? Or can Mugi begin the comeback? And again, I really think that in King of the Hill, one Banber team would really spice things up. Easy catch there. So Graveyard again on the side of PUIGINS. And so far, so good for Sandbox, but it is Graveyard. Poison Bomb Tower will be okay against these Graveyards. That Bomb Tower will probably be distracted primarily by the pushes, and here we go. Sandbox doing a good job of not letting that layer happen. We are still in single. Oh, and the skeletons helping that Golden Knight Dash get on tower. And that Heg just pulls so slowly. It's so funny. Bomb Tower sets up early for Sandbox. Arrows don't have a lot of great targets here for Mugi. And their best use is going to be getting the Bomb Tower out a bit early. And you see there. Poison defending, but still, some skeletons get through. Lead maintained for Sandbox, though, 25-87 to 25-82 in the right-hand lane. And don't forget that 27-42 on the left-hand side. Will the layering end up working for Mugi? So far, mostly playing defense is Sandbox. Little bits of damage on the counter push. Has to control this Hunter on the left-hand side. Goes Ice Spirit. Does not get it down in time to distract. And that's a big Hunter shot. Miner goes to the outside here. And the Fisherman does not quite pull far enough to make room, except for that Phoenix bomb damage is actually becoming very impactful on these Princess Towers. Second Bomb Tower down. But this is going to release that Skeleton King to the left and ability activated. Nice nano to pull, and that really shuts down the push. We are still only 3 HP separated, though, on the right-hand side. And Sandbox wants to play Minor Poisons, but he really can't. Happy to get that Miner away from everything. Hunter in. Snowball trying to get a little bit more opportunity for those skeletons to hit. They don't. Giant Skeleton held. Now lead opens up a little bit for Sandbox, but the Graveyard's coming in fast. Poison now on defense. 2005 bottom right-hand tower. Arrows help make a little bit more damage, and that gives the lead to Mugi, and a significant lead at that. A 150-plus HP swing in favor of Mugi. Miner probably should have gone to the inside there and forced that Fisherman to walk rather than pull. Here we go. NATO trying to get a Golden Knight Dash. Golden Knight Dash does not get off, and this might be enough. Zappy's catch, GG, well played. Mugi stops Sandbox from getting the sweep. And as we go ahead and load up the action, I'll go ahead and respond to Gamat Daniels asking, sorry, I'm new to this. Oh, I don't have that set up for during replays. Asking, sorry, I'm new to this. Why are they allowed to play any card? Aren't there usually only 4 choices professional format? Well, there are many different formats for many different competitions. In Clash Royale League this year, we are using in-game duels during the qualifier golden ticket stages. And you see just the extra damage being put in there. So let me break this down for you. In CRL, during the monthly qualifiers, we're using in-game duels, in which you have to prepare ahead of time 4 different decks, and you choose from each one of those decks as we progress through games 1, 2, and potentially game 3. In Clash Royale League last couple of years, and during World Finals this year, we used non-game in-game duels, where you still have to play up to 3 different decks of totally different cards, but you don't have to prepare them ahead of time. You can play whatever you want in game number 1, and then in game 2, come up with whatever you want as long as you don't use those first 8 cards. So those are the 2 different ways of playing duels. In this particular competition, we are playing King of the Hill in sets 1 and 2, so we're not playing duels. In this competition, each team puts out 3 players per set. You can see on the right-hand side, Koth 1, Koth, King of the Hill set 1, King of the Hill set 2. Each team puts out 3 players, and it's unrestricted, meaning they can play whatever they want, and your job is to eliminate the 3 players from the other team. Our final set, if necessary. So if Tribe wins here, we go to our 3rd set. That will be played using the in-game duels that you were mentioning earlier, where each player prepares 4 decks ahead of time. Wallace out now for Tribe Gaming. And Mugi with good early damage getting that Magic Archer lineup. Is Wallace playing Musketeer or Archers here? And Musketeer will be a little bit better for Wallace here, just to avoid those big Golden Knight collections. Mugi sets up low. And is this... We still don't know if this is Hog or Miner. Wallace not using poison on that Magic Archer doesn't mean... Yeah, I guess it does. It is Hog. Right behind the NATO. Hog should get a second shot. No, E was enough to stun. So King Tower activated. That'll reduce Hog shots by about half, typically. Makes what was already difficult a lot more difficult for Wallace. Now this Hog deck can often outcycle those NATOs. So we're going to see how often Mugi opts to be prepared and go E-Wiz plus DPS, E-Wiz plus damage to shut down Hogs, and then counter push from there. Controlling Hog Riders can be annoying with this deck. You do also have the drill defensively if you want it. And just so much, Wallace letting so much damage in, and that should be it. We're going to game 3 here, folks. Or game 5, I mean. And Clash with Clam with the big raid of 20 people over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. We are in game 3, match 3 of 5 on the match 3 of 4 on the day. Tribe Gaming trying to still maintain a chance of stealing back first place. But Mugi about to get 2 in a row and potentially reverse sweep and shut that down. And Hog will get 1. And Wallace just kind of stuck choosing the worst of his evils and really can't. GG, well played. Here we go, game 5 coming up next. It's a wild one. It's a wild one, folks. Let's go. Let's see. I believe that Lucas is the last. Is Lucas last up? Oh, no, Lucas already out. That's all right. We're done moving. Who's last up? Oh, Betfas is last up for Tribe. Here we go. Game 5. Tribe Gaming needs to win this to send us to the third set, and maintain hope of stealing first place and moving themselves up into the bye position of rank 1 or rank 2. Otherwise, Mugi right now can shut this down, secure that first seed, secure the first round bye, get all that done immediately for PUIGINS. And that's the crazy thing, right? Is even when you think you have this team on the ropes, they just battle back because there's so much quality here. There's just so much quality here. Pro Noob saying, pink briefcase unboxing. Hey, when we hit 100K, I'll unbox it. Right now we're at 99,687. We are 13 more from 99.7. I think if we can get to around 700, 750, we'll hit 100K tomorrow on stream. I think if we can do that. But we have to get there. And for those of you who are watching on Twitch, if you do want to go ahead and jump over on a YouTube and throw a sub so that we can help try to get to that 100,000, there's the stream right there. Let's go ahead and jump into Game 5. And Betfas getting very aggressive here. That's really aggressive. Now you're going to have a 5 elixir cannon cart plus a golden knight. Mugi's not going to let that slide. So not going to be a bunch of damage here, but Mugi just maintains the elixir lead. That we saw Elsiop do it in CRL World Finals in I think 2021. Where he played a magic archer just at the bridge in single to get this extra damage. And I'm going to tell everyone here right now, I'm not a Clash Royale gameplay expert. I think that's pretty clear. I'm a good commentator. I tell a good story. I like bringing on pros to help fill in the gaps. But I've learned a thing or two. And that single elixir magic archer at the bridge turns around and bites so many people. It's so rare that the damage value you get from it is worth the price of admission. Also, maybe the best point made of all time, all the M players on top, right? Mugi, Mohamed Light, Morten. What's with the letter M and being so good at Clash Royale? Guys, if you want to become a top-tier Clash Royale player, get those M names going. So as we go into double, Betfas does have the lead. And it was courtesy of that early Magic Archer damage that I have been maligning. So it's possible I'll eat my words here. And that Golden Knight went all the way across the board, but this Magic Archer does its duty. Look at that. 1980. And Mugi in control. Ahaha with a Surgical Goblin. He was pretty good, huh? Still pretty good. We'll be seeing him in our next matchup. And, oh, that NATO Magic Archer. And doing a great job right now is Mugi of forcing the NATOs of Betfas to be played defensively. So, Magic Archer lineups, Golden Knight connections, none of those happening for Betfas right now. Not in the way he'd hope. He just full sends. Betfas just full sends right lane. Dark Prince does cycle a little bit slower, but look at how it's able to handle so much at once. And this time, Mugi slowing back down a little bit. And just slowly, methodically working down that left-hand tower. The Barb Barrel versus the Goblins also playing a big role for Mugi's success here. Golden Knight will get a nice little connection. High E-Wiz will stop the bleeding, and Magic Archer gets turned around. And smart NATO from Mugi. Pressure on from Betfas, though. He's starting to really try to put the pedal to the metal. And suddenly we have a fight on our hands, folks. More elixir for Mugi, though, and he's trying to really light this one up. Good E-Wiz high, but Magic Archer gets turned back around. And a bunch of huge shots. 447 to 1382. 14 seconds left. This feels like the shot for Betfas. Can he make it happen here? And it's not going to happen. Mugi reverse sweeps Tribe Gaming and clinches first place for PUIGINS and reacts like he just got a text with bad news. It is late for him, I'll give him that. It is the middle of the night for Mugi. But what a performance. Let's go take a look at the standings. There you go. PUIGINS, 6 matches, 6 wins, 1 lead. Tribe Gaming had the chance. The win would have given them control of first place. And now they have to hope that Queso can beat xopxsam today and that they can make some more magic happen. If Queso beats xopxsam in our final match of the day, then we have a showdown between Tribe and xopxsam tomorrow to see who will get the second of our buy spots. Again, tomorrow, Tribe versus xopx. So you know Tribe Game is going to be sitting there watching Team Queso. Queso needs the win not only to stay in the hunt for the playoffs, top 6 move on, but also remember, first and second place get that first round bye. So a win from them would keep Tribe's hopes alive. If xopxsam can beat Queso in this next match, they'll move to 5 wins. And actually, that wouldn't even guarantee it. Never mind. This is actually kind of fascinating because the first tiebreaker is head-to-head. Let's go back here for a second. I did it again. Because the first tiebreaker is head-to-head. If xopx wins here, they'll have 5 wins. But then if Tribe beats them tomorrow, they'd be tied at 5 wins, and the first tiebreaker being head-to-head record, Tribe would win. So the Queso match really matters a lot for Queso, but guarantees nothing for that xopx Tribe situation. Fascinating. Our final match of the day coming up next. Queso needs the win. Otherwise, Hype Boys is going to be in a phenomenal position with a chance to clutch. Big chance to clutch after Hype Boys starting off so poorly. And then tomorrow's matchups, I'll give a graphic for it later. Tomorrow's matchups, SK versus Strangers. Chivas versus Hype Boys. The Tribe Shot CALALAS match to decide who gets the first round bye. And then Queso versus PUIGINS. Queso better really hope they get that win today, because that match, that win against PUIGINS tomorrow, is going to be real hard to come by. So here we go, talking about our final match of the day. And oh, look at that. We're almost at 99.7. Come on. 99.698. Let's go. Team Queso, Javi, 14, Surgical Goblin, and Cody Go, their opening lineup. Ruben, Adrian, and Sub to start for Shot CALALAS. I know there were some rumors of Team Queso signing Mo Light a few months ago. They don't have anyone signed currently. I don't know what their signings are right now, actually. I actually don't know who they have on contract or not at the moment. So there you go. Guys, look at this. 99.697. Very, very close. Are we going to make 100K tomorrow? How do you put comments on the screen? Using a plugin. As a plugin for it. Hey, 99.7. Let's go. 99,701. I don't think we're going to get 100K today. But we have a good shot of getting it tomorrow. Really good shot of getting it tomorrow, which would be super cool. Let's see. Rich to Best. Oh, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Guess we're waiting to get some production stuff all sorted out. How do you put a team together? Not my business. Latak, silver play button will look nice. Yeah, it'll look great. That's why I can't wait. Mugi going to bed after wiping the whole tri team. Yeah, Mugi needs to get some sleep. Our lineups. So we already have we have those lineups for the first round. The full rosters: Team Queso, Surgical Goblin, Javi 14, Bale, and Cody Go. The Shot CALALAS roster: Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro. So a killer roster for both of SK CALALAS' rosters are killer. Both the PUIGINS roster and the Shock roster are really phenomenal here. Love your background display, says Ben Berger. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Lots of fun little tidbits from my life here. And one day there will be something else there as well. Hot take, says Der Greg. Twitch partnership badge looks better. I'm never going to take Twitch partner because then I couldn't stream on YouTube at the same time. So I'd rather not Twitch partner and be able to stream on both to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, rather than take that and be restricted. So there you go. Put my comment on screen, says Phoenix. Sure. I'll do that. With you on that one. What are your thoughts on Ian? Great player. Let's see what he can do in competitive this year. Let's see. So in this match, we're going to have two of our top 10 in win rates. Sub comes in today with a 70% win rate, 7 wins, 2 losses. Surgical Goblin, 61% win rate, but that's through 18 games played, 11 wins, 7 losses for Surgical Goblin, who really has been great in this competition, but Queso just has not been able to close out matches. Pink box on the way out. When we hit the pink box will open when we hit 100K. So if you want to see what's inside that pink box, we need 100K. Let's see. How are you? I'm well. Thanks for asking. A little hungry, though. And Surge on Queso today. Yeah, what a throwback. Absolutely. Absolutely indeed. Where is the pink box? That pink box right there. That's the pink box. What's inside it? We'll find out when I hit 100,000 subs. What other games do I play? I subbed. Oh, thank you, Ramrod. Do appreciate that. What other games do you play? Right now, I'm not playing a ton of games. I'm playing Clash Royale, and I'm playing, when I have time, Marvel Snap. I'm also playing Clash of Clans pretty regularly again. I took a long break, and I'm playing it again. I used to play a ton of Apex Legends. I just have no time right now for Apex Legends. Mergical Moblin still killing me. Mergical Moblin, yeah. Who do you think would win? Would win what? This matchup? I mean, Shot CALALAS is certainly favored here. Queso just like if Javi and Cody Go can get it going and support Surgical Goblin, they could be great. They're just not quite getting it done. And what month will the CRL World Championship in 2023 start? I think they announced that already, didn't they? Didn't they announce the dates for that? I need to double check before I say anything. Clash Royale 2 in pink box. Only one way to find out. Only one way to find out. Do they win money if they win the tournament? Absolutely. They absolutely do. In fact, before we jump in here, the overall prize pool for this a year-long event is $65,000. This is the first of 2 splits. We have our first split now, second split in July, August, and then the grand finals in December. This split, there is $15,000 in prize pool available that will be given away when we hit our bracket weekend, April 22nd, 23rd. So if you want to make sure to see that happen, how do you do that? Subscribe to the channel, ring that bell. $15,000, I think $7,000 for first. So there we go. And we're waiting for our first game to get going here in just a minute. But yes, there is money happening here. And here we go. Game number 1. Ruben versus Javi. Let's go. And easy EWIS cleanup there for Ruben against the wall breakers of Javi Catorze, the one-time CRL, actually 2-time CRL regional champion, winning 1 CRL championship with Vivo Keyed in the Latin American region, and then a 2nd CRL regional championship with SK Gaming in CRL West. So one of the few players in the league who can say they won 2 CRL regional championships. Javi may be partially less popular as never really was a ladder one trick. Right? Javi's personal best on Legacy Ladder was 8,071. Doesn't have a ton of top ladder finishes, but was a phenomenal player in the teams format. Holds the all-time record in the West, at least, for most wins. Currently ranked 231 on our CRL 2023 leaderboard. Ruben, on the other hand, 8.6K personal best on ladder. A myriad of both individual and team achievements, including, of course, a Clash Royale League World Championship with Team Queso in 2020. I think his best ladder finish on his main account might have been like 5th. Best ranked season so far is 28th and currently stands ranked 40th on our CRL 2023 standings. And Latak pointed out LCOP had 4 or 5 regional championships in CRL China and CRL East. And this is just this Mega Knight leaping all over the board for Ruben. Another skill, we've talked about some valuable skills in Clash Royale, and some of them, sometimes it's on purpose, sometimes it's on purpose, sometimes on accident. But one of those things that can really benefit you is the more value you get from one card based on elixir spent, right? And that's maybe an interesting question, is how much value to get out of a certain card. And we see that a lot with Magic Archers in particular. Magic Archers, Flying Machines, even Musketeers. A lot of range cards we'll see get a ton of value on defense and they get more value on offense. But how do you get more value? How do you maximize value per elixir from an individual card? And Ruben forcing out wall breakers, or forcing out the bomb tower with those wall breakers, and just getting a massive elixir lead here. This is an interesting choice of minor wall breakers configuration for Javi. It's been used, continues to be used, but just isn't the most popular version. E was going to be played high here to work on that Mighty Miner. The lane switch to the Bandit, but that's going to mean Mega Knight plus E was going to require more HP or more Elixir, and it's not there. The archers don't hold. So Javi now tries to go hard the opposite direction. Going to get no wall breaker connection, and this should be it. Ruben firmly in control here. Javi just trying anything he can to stop this, but this just is not the deck to do it. GG, well played. Ruben OP, says Johnny, first-time chatter on Twitch. Javi had a rough matchup in that one. A lot of people have forgotten about LCOP. They'll most likely play in CRL finals this year and be a scary opponent. Yeah, two seats at CRL World Finals are reserved for the Chinese region. And your top picks have got to be LCOP and higher. Not knowing kind of what kind of changes have happened in the China scene makes it a little more difficult. But those are your most likely picks. Last year was the first year LCOP didn't attend a Clash Royale League World Finals. How crazy is that? Raptor Crasher asking, Richard, what is your favorite movie? All-time, Indiana Jones, the original. That was retroactively renamed Raiders of the Lost Ark. Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Is Molite playing today? He already did, but we'll see him again tomorrow. How do you enter a tournament, says Ben. Vosh, good point here. Put an M in your name. For those of you who do want to get involved in competitive Clash Royale, you can get all that information at the official Clash Royale esports website, esports.clashroyale.com. You can see that in the chat on both sides right now, on YouTube and on Twitch. Go ahead and check it out. There's lots of opportunities for you to compete, both at in higher level competitions and more casual competitions. Rich, your favorite food? Burritos. Although I've been in Texas so long, it's kind of shifting towards tacos. Al pastor is my favorite meat to put into a burrito or taco. For those of you who want to know. Why does China region get special seats? If you might not have known, China has a separate version of Clash Royale. Their game is siloed, so they're not able to play in the monthly finals. So we have 14 seats that are going through the rest of the world, right? So you have 7 golden tickets, and then 7 ranked positions, 14 of the 16, and the last 2 going to China. Guys, please 100,000 today. That'd be cool. We have a kind of a long ways to go, but it would be cool to get there. How many kids do I have? I have 2. My older son is 4.5, and my younger son is 8 weeks old. 7 weeks old? 7 weeks old. The golden burrito. You know, Joel, I still have the video of me eating that somewhere. I need to do something with it. It's a very old video now. It's on a flash. It's on a SD card somewhere though. Rich, you are missing how interesting this is. Ruben was on Queso and Javi was on SK. Now it's reversed. Well, almost. Ruben was on Queso, and now he's on Shot CALALAS, which is not SK Gaming. And Javi is, you're right, now on Queso. Ali-san saying, I love Clash Royale. Me too. Do I watch anime? Not very much. What I do watch is Clash Royale, and we have a classic matchup here between 2 former Teams World Champions, a 2019 World Champion in Surgical Goblin, with that very beautiful million subs gold button in his background, and the 2020 World Champion with Team Queso, Ruben. And you talk about history here, it's very possible we could have a totally different world here. Remember, Team Liquid had to go through Team Queso to qualify for Worlds. in CRO West in that fall split, we could have very well never had the 1 HP game. Never had a Surgical Goblin World Championship Team Liquid victory because Team Queso was very close to going through rather than Team Liquid. You talk about that Clash Royale League fall Western season. Team Liquid battled their way up through that entire gauntlet at the end to go ahead and get the win. Not the whole gauntlet. They had to beat Fnatic, then Queso, and then SK Gaming won. Liquid was already happy having qualified. But that Queso Liquid match was really a major deciding match as far as Clash Royale history goes. And Ruben, 2 up, 2 down. Things looking worse and worse for Team Queso here. Ali-Hassan saying, I started Clash Royale just 3 days ago. Played Clash of Clans from long ago, but Clash Royale is much better. I prefer Clash Royale, but I play both. I love both of them. Oof, Surgical Goblin, not Mergical Moblin today. Yeah, but maybe it's Mubin today. Could Mubin complete the sweep? We'll see. Let's see. What's in the pink box? People are trying to figure it out. About 285 subs under K. Yeah, 284 to be precise for the moment. Very exciting. If you guys want my opinion on the new update stuff, I've talked about it ad nauseum in previous streams. You can go watch previous streams. Not going to get into it. But just going to say that I'm going to reserve judgment, and we'll see how things go. We take back Ruben being washed if he sweeps. We'll see. Rich, are you a developer for CR? No, I am not. I'm a caster. I am not on the dev team. So there you go. Yeah, SKC does not equal SK. Very important point there from Latak. How old is this channel? This channel has been around for a long time. I used it, to put some of my stand-up stuff on years ago. And then in 2019, I started putting some like Brawl Stars content on here. A little bit of Clash, but mostly Brawl Stars content. And then in 2020, I really kicked off doing content on this YouTube channel. And we've grown from, a couple thousand subscribers to now 280 away from being 100K. That's crazy. Rich, do you have any franchise? What, like, do I own a McDonald's or something? No. Opinion on Mega Draft Ladder. I think that's going to be interesting to see. I'm really excited to see what it's like. What's your favorite team in Clash Royale? Be like SK team? I don't quite understand the question precisely. In old school, I really enjoyed SK Gaming. Really soft spot in my heart for Immortals / Space Station for that squad. I'm good friends with RF and AC. And that whole squad was really fun. I spent a lot of time with them in Japan and in China. So fun guys. Let's see. Speak Russian. I don't speak any Russian. Here we go. Will Ruben complete the King of the Hill sweep here? Let's find out. Cody Go. Suns out, guns out here. Rocking the tank top. And Ruben cycles in the back. Cody Go really enjoying abusing Flying Machine as of late. And a cheeky little NATO there from Ruben to... Oh, man. Just two fun little plays from Ruben to get the flying machine off the board, then put up a little damage. And Cody Go mostly playing Hog and Miner right now on ladder by a wide margin. Randy's World, thanks for the $5 super chat. Favorite sci-fi movie? Ooh, that's a really good question. I gotta spend some time with that one. That one puts me into a much tighter position. Favorite sci-fi movie? And I'm taking my time. You know what? That's actually really easy. Stargate. James Spader's goated. And I also watched the heck out of the Stargate TV shows as well. All of them. But James Spader is just goated. No big spell here for Ruben to handle all these spell bait pieces. So you have the Flying Machine, the Mother Witch, and then the pigs that Ruben has to control purely by damage, drill, and NATO. Magic Archer staying on the board for a long time. That's going to be a key. Feels like an absolutely key piece of the matchup for Ruben. How long can he keep? How much value can he get from his cannon carts and from his Magic Archers? Same thing on the other side for Cody Go. How much do I get out of that Flying Machine? Cody Go wants to win bridge fights behind that giant skeleton and abuse flying machines. We're not going to see him go pigs until late. You've already seen that. He's holding off. So far, Ruben's done an okay job of not letting big pushes build. Or at least handling the big pushes, maybe is a better way to put it. That was actually phenomenal. That was really great for Ruben because you see what he can do here now. The fact that that cannon cart got pulled across the bridge and died opposite meant that pigs came back, gave him Dark Prince damage, Magic Archer damage. That was absolutely huge. And Drill has to come out defensively for Ruben. 33 seconds to maintain this lead. And get the King of the Hill swip. Swip? Sweep. There's ease there, not eyes. That lineup for the Magic Archer just not quite there on the right. Piggy's in. Drill has to come out defensively again. Arrows trying to clear. Golden Knight does some work. Ruben played this perfectly. Absolutely perfect gameplay from the former world champion. Put that M on his name. Mubin. Mubin coming out big. Let's take a look at that really great exchange that kind of sealed the deal his direction. This is with a minute 20 left in the game. Now watch Ruben go ahead, and he's going to put the cannon cart up high. It gets pulled by the fisherman, turns the pigs back around. Dark Prince ready for the splash damage. NATO pulls all that together, and look at how much is handled in that situation. So much on the board just completely dealt with by one very, very smart sequence on Ruben. Ruben didn't make any mistakes. Played that perfect. Rich, please don't wreck Ruben Garcia's name. Please don't wreck Mubin. We know what's going on here. Or maybe if he wins another world championship, then we'll have to change it to Mohamed Light, Rugi, and Rorton. We have not yet had a 2-time world champion. And that's a good question. Actually, that's a great question. Chat, do you think this is the year that we get a 2-time world champion? We don't know who's going to Worlds yet. We know Mo's going. So he's obviously, he has a great chance of making, of repeating. It's likely that Mugi and Morten will both go. It's likely that Elsiop goes. And there's a good chance. We've seen the work that Surgical Goblin's putting in. He's currently ranked. Right now, Surgical Goblin is ranked on the leaderboards at 16. He's in fact actually tied for 11. So there's a lot of former world champions that could be at world finals. Could we have a repeat world champion? Is this the year? I see someone saying, Webster on Twitch saying, nah, Morten's taking it. There you go. I think and hope someone new wins it, says Vile too, says VA too. VA? Vile? Ville? Kuden saying Mugi. So here we go. Lineups for set number 2 incoming. Bale, Cody Go, Surgical for Queso. Shot CALALAS, Pedro, Adrian, and Sub. So we'll see if Sub can add to it. I'm a fan of Mo, but I want Morten to win too. Look, I would love it if Morten wins. I've been wanting to see a Morten World Championship for a while. Morten winning would be my favorite story, after coming so close so many times. But we have so many, like, we'll have to see who makes Worlds, right? How many former champions make Worlds? But I think this is the most likely year of any year for us to have to crown somebody a 2-time world champion. This is the most likely year. I mean, we just have the most world champions now, too. Rich, your position on heavy metal music. I like some of it. I don't think it's unlikely that Morten does win the world championship, but it's unlikely anyone wins it. How many matches still left? We are on our final. This is our final match of the day. Queso versus Shot CALALAS. We are back tomorrow with our final day of the group stage. And right now, the question is, can Queso send us to a third set, or will Pedro and Shot CALALAS shut this down quickly? Evelier Leon saying, what if it's EGW? What if it's EGW? Mustache Wall saying, I hope Elsiop. Eric Batista saying, we opened the pink box when 100K? Yeah. When I hit 100K, we're opening that pink box. And our current sub count, for those of you asking, is 99,728. 99,728. Man. I'm already smiling. And I pulled that replay. We'll check it afterwards. Beautiful block. Pedro really has a chance at breaking out this year. It's going to get annoying. I'm going to say it so much. This has not been his best tournament. He's currently 6-6. I think he fares much better in dual mode than in unrestricted King of the Hill. Bale goes Loon. And the Snowball plus arrows clears a big path. Fireball has to come out, and then more expenditure. Just trying to spend everything as Pedro, and he still eats a balloon shot. This game just swung very heavily into Bale's favor. So as we go into sudden death, 23-72 to 15-97. Bale very far in the lead. Pedro trying to find some light in the darkness, but looking more and more like he's going to drop to a negative win rate on this competition, which is what nobody expected out of him here at this thing. But again, I really do think that he benefits tremendously from dual mode and being able to use his brain there versus just trying to pick matchups here in this competition. RG to the right-hand side getting some good damage. Snowball slowing. But that's a ton of shots from the Royal Giant. That's an insane amount of damage from the Royal Giant. Fisherman being tanked for, too. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Pedro with the comeback. He must have heard me and said, I am not going to a negative win rate. How dare you? Pedro with his 7th win of the competition. We have too many replays from this one. Let me go ahead and queue up our first one. But we got a pile of stuff to look at in this matchup. Let's go and take a look at the first of our replays. And this was the Giants. Is this? Oh, I think it's after this. A little bit after this, the Giant Skeleton block. Right? Or did it already happen? Was that before this? I think I might have missed it, actually. I think I might have pulled that replay a little bit too late. Yeah. Yeah, I pulled it a little bit too late. I think it had already happened here. It's the RG. Yeah, I pulled it. Yeah, there you are. I'm behind by... I missed it by just a moment. Oh, well. So that would have been that really brilliant Giant Skeleton block. Maybe someone on Twitch clipped it. We can look at that later. Then next up, just more of the big damage from Bale. This is where Pedro was just having so much trouble trying to stop the balloon from coming in. And Rhino Craft getting onto my my language. Negative win rate. I mean anything under 50. And yeah, just couldn't stop that balloon from connecting. Did everything he could to stop it. But everything he could just wasn't quite enough. And then we have the absolute theft job opposite direction. Down to under 1,300 HP. And Bale just overspends here. There's no elixir. And that's being defended by... There's so much defense happening. And I'll say this. It's the percentage of time that everyone at every level, from first-time player to pro, can track their losing to overspending is almost as high as matchup. Really almost as high as matchup. So here we go. Currently, Shot CALALAS has not dropped a game in this match. And Cody Go happy to have that Mother Witch against the Bats. We'll get some okay value here. Miner finally gets to the Mother Witch, but not before Pig gets through, and then some nice extra tankage by the Fisherman. Wallbreaker's trying to block. Cody Go smelling blood in the water. And he's just getting tons of value here. That's a fully healthy Skeleton King. Pedro has nothing, and he's not going to even try at this point. And I don't know if Pedro's going to attempt to set up something and try to come back. Yep, I guess he is. But good luck. Here we go. Full send. Mother Witch behind the Prince. And that's just not going to be it. Archer Queen staying. I mean, not Mother Witch. Archer Queen. I meant not Mother Witch. Archer Queen. I know what she's called. But well defended by Cody Go. And Pedro will end up with a 50% win rate unless he comes out to, unless we somehow see a third set and he comes back out again. I meant to say Archer Queen, folks. Been a long day. So CALALAS will not put together a perfect day today. Cody Go with a pretty solid win there, and I think, did I pull the replay on that one? Let me see if I pulled the replay there. I think I did. Nope, I did not. Okay, never mind. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. How dare you? All right, here we go. I think Surgical Goblin is up after Cody Go. But right now it's Adrian. Oh, no, wait. Let me look at the lineup. No, it's yeah, Surgical after Cody Go. But right now it's Adrian coming out for CALALAS. Let's see. I hear what you're saying about the not overspending, but that's not the thing about bad matchups starting hands. You're forced into inefficient elixir use. Yes, but I'm saying, like, how often people lose good matchups. Lose good matchups or good situations. And I know a bad matchup can definitely force extra expenditure, but man, the number of times you see someone overspend even when they're in a good spot, when they're ahead, overcommit, go, I'm going to spend way too much on this push. Are Cody Go and Cody Wolf the same person? Yes, they are. Just nice glasses, dog. Thank you very much. They're called Gooders. Go to gooder.com, GOODR.com, and use code RICH for 15% off. There you go. Code RICH. Not just for Clash Royale, folks. Also for sunglasses. Here we go. Adrian. Cody Go. Game 3. We have not seen much in the way of any third set today. Have we gone to the third set today? I think we did it once. So Royal Giant Firecracker for Adrian. Interesting. And Loon for Cody Go. And Fisherman. That's not going to get to that. Wow. Wow. In one push, Cody Go just ends Adrian. Has to not make a mistake for the next couple of minutes, but man. What a push from Cody Go. I wonder if that was Adriel's Adriel's mistake playing the Fisherman in a place that pulled the Miner first. But Cody Go, well, either way, Cody Go recognizing that he could shut down that Miner pull, goes high with the Archers. GG, well played. Can someone tell me if those of you want information, the full set of rosters and match list, match order is in the description below. This is our last match of the day, so Mo, yes, has already played. Cody Go. Gonna have the chance at the sweep here. And keeping Team Queso's hopes alive. So we'll go back and really look at the replay from that exchange. Snowball to slow down the Royal Giant. Damage should be sufficient here to shut it down pretty easily. And there you go. So let's go ahead and queue up basically what really is the entirety of that game. What defined that game completely. So here we go. Monk goes to the right. Birds are fighting. So if we stop here for a second, there's 6 elixir on the board for Cody Go. And he's behind by 3. And you can ignore the birds on the right and ignore this Electro Spear. He's behind by 3. So, really, he's behind by 3 at his 6. Cody Go's up 3 right now. He can completely ignore this bird on the right. Firecracker comes down. And he goes Loon behind. Miner, and look at that Miner, played to the outside just a little bit here, to the inside just a little bit, so that Miner is on that Firecracker. And that Fisherman, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles away from the giant skeleton, and just the tiniest, just the ever bit. But oh, look at that! The giant skeleton walks a little bit lower, and by the time the Fisherman turns, the Miner is closer than the giant skeleton, and then tries to stop it. And this is where Cody Go gets really smart, is he goes, oh. This is GG if I just let that giant skeleton stay where it is. And so he, boom, in time gets the archers down, and Adriel has nothing he can do here other than watch that tower get decimated by a balloon and a giant skeleton bomb. You see that little tilt of the head right there? That's it. That is it. Very, very well played by Cody Go. Smart stuff. Let's see. Getting our next one up here in just a moment. And Sub coming in as the last player in this set for Shot CALALAS. Cody on his way to get his name. Kodigo. Is that going to happen now too? Why did that not go up? There we go. Kodigo coming in. Here we go. Can Kodigo become Kodigo? And get the King of the Hill sweep here against Sub. Can Sub add some wins here and take the win rate lead back from Mohamed Light? We'll see. And again, Sub here going with the Mighty Miner Wall Breakers combo, which Of all the different combinations out there, the different Wall Breakers decks, the different Mighty Miners decks, I just don't love this one. And Mohamed Light did play today. You can go ahead and watch the replay. See the whole thing in action. And let's see, should activate the monk here. And gonna get some nice reflection, but not on the bomb tower. And wait, was that king tower activation a log? Let me go ahead and clip that. And we'll look at that. I think that was a log play. I did not see the king tower activation. I was looking at the bomb tower not going on the hog. And then I think that maybe Sub logged onto the monk, but that monk, was that monk close enough? Can someone in chat tell me what that king tower activation was? We'll look at it. I have it clipped for the replay. We'll take a look at it afterwards. And Seb just has to kind of eat these little bit of goblin stabs, but the king tower activation will make that much less impactful. It was a log on the monk. Okay. Heads up play there by Sub. Really smart. I'm still surprised at that bomb tower, and maybe this is smartness from Sub, because that's a second time now where the monk reflect is not getting the bomb tower. And maybe it's Cody Go popping the monk a half step early. Maybe it's Sub playing the bomb tower in just the right time and place. Either way, Sub in the lead here, 1909 to 2302. And good job. Oh, look at that. So you can actually see what's happening there. Great job by Sub to pull the monk away from bomb tower range. And so Cody Go just not getting from the monk what he would like. 90 seconds left. Cody Go sets up once again into this left-hand lane. And he's have to reflect. Yeah, Cody Go has to reflect early with this monk. And he just can't get past this bomb tower. Sub playing this great. And able to just get minor chip here is Sub, so these poisons can work on defense. That's a wonderful luxury on his part. Able to just go ahead and poison off these muskies and make them a non-factor. Now here's a musketeer that's staying alive. Can Cody Go get in front of this one with another Hog Rider? And he does. Hog Rider trying to sneak on past. Hog will get one, will not get two. No, gets none. Log plus DPS shuts that down. So now here we go. This is the last opportunity. And a great miner to pull the monk back. Sub just played a brilliant one. Great work, top to bottom. And Sub sends us to game 5 in this set. Really, really wonderful stuff from Sub. Cody Go keeps his K. Will not earn his M today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first of the really great plays by Sub as he comes out and gets this really great King Tower activation against the log, or against the monk. So you see the Hog tries to get through here, and I'm honestly surprised. Man, just barely touches that one. Just beautiful stuff by him. Really, really nice work to actually get that connection. Then we're going to go ahead and jump into the next choice bit of gameplay. And this is how he continuously just did not let the monk reflect the bomb tower. And it's not this one, it's the next sequence where he does it so wonderfully. We're going to see him go ahead and pull the monk to the outside and out of the range of the bomb tower. So check this out. As the monk comes down, you're going to see the Mighty Miner played low to the outside, pulling the monk really far away from the bomb tower, and so he can bomb tower safely, not worry about the reflection, and just take care of the hog. Absolute perfection. Then finally, of course, here we go to the end of it all. And Sub just getting to the Musketeer over and over again. Not even worried about this hog. Prevents any hog shots. And I was going to show you that miner, but we have to go into Game 5 here as Surgical Goblin and Sub are going into game. So here we go. Queso's season may hang in the balance on this game. Tomorrow, Queso has PUIGINS. So they can't bank on a win there. And looking like Graveyard versus Royal Giant. And great zappies to keep that giant skeleton in the middle for the moment. Won't last long, though. But will keep Fisherman from getting involved much further. Surge might protect this Fisherman. Let's see. Because he's got a nice giant Skeleton King. Fishboy does go down. And Surge up 4. I'm not sure what he thought he might be knocking there. The log may be a bit of an overspend. And does get 2 big shots, though. Maybe he thought he was going to get the Hunter in that situation. Zappy's log. Not to mention the Tombstone. Ways to defend against these graveyards. Fireball, not going to be as ideal. Although Fireball will be nice for Surgical Goblin on the offensive side, trying to deal with these zappies. So as we go into sudden death overtime, Surgical Goblin, looking to keep Queso alive, has the lead in both lanes. Is against Graveyard, that's always a concern. Fisherman way out of cycle, so Surgical Goblin switches lanes here and goes Royal Giant for a shot. And the Fireball gets the Zappy, but doesn't really get the Hunter or the Skeleton King, and that is a ton of damage in for Sub. An unbelievable amount of damage, in fact. 932. Oh, the Fireball. Just not doing what Surgical Goblin needed it to do there. Royal Giant in. Does Surge have a block for the Fisherman? Instead, Sub opts to DPS instead. And now we're going to see a pretty nasty counter push coming in from Sub. Graveyard in with the giant skeleton tanking. Mother Witch low, but the snowball arrows will clear, and that's it. Sub comes out huge on the day. What great play from the young man to close things out here, and a really, really brilliant performance. Adrian went and got the very important first win. No, never mind. What am I missing here? Well, let's go take a look at the standings. I'm missing something there. Beautiful work by Sub, and here you go. Through 6 days, our standings. PUIGINS, top of the leaderboard, they'll stay there. CALALAS could win tomorrow, but it would not change the standing situation as their org mates have the matchup advantage. Tribe Gaming versus Shock. That's the big one tomorrow. That's the one that's going to matter for everything. And of course, we'll look at I'm going to give you guys the full look at the matchups for tomorrow in just a moment. Chivas Esports and Strangers both pretty comfortable here with 3 wins. They have both secured their position, as Queso can at best get to 2. I don't remember. Let me take one look here for a second. Did Queso beat Hype Boys the other day? Or did Hype Boys beat Queso? I think Hype Boys beat Queso. So I believe that means Queso is out. I think Hype Boys beat Queso. Isn't that right? That was their first win. They were 0-4. And now they have 2 wins. Yeah, so I think that loss there means Queso is out. So I think that we have our 6 who are going through. The big question is going to be rankings, and will CALALAS or Tribe Gaming be the one to get that first round bye? What a day that had so much potentially in doubt. So much potentially on the line. And then we go into tomorrow with so much decided, when it could have been a whole lot closer. Let's look at tomorrow's matchups. SK versus Hype Boys. SK is already out. Hype Boys, let's see if they'll be able to get out of the bottom spot. Chivas Esports versus Strangers to decide who will get the matchup against the bottom of the table versus stay at the top. Tribe and PUIGINS. No, why is this day 6? Hold on, I thought I fixed this. Hold on, folks. I'm just saying the matchups we already had today. Why is this graphic not switching? Boom! There we go. I had the layers wrong. All right. Rewind. SK Gaming versus Strangers. Then Chivas versus Hype Boys. And that one actually might be even more impactful than have been Hype Boys versus Strangers. Tribe Gaming versus CALALAS. The winner of that game will have a spot in the top 2 and a first round bye. Then Queso against PUIGINS tomorrow, but I believe Queso's already out. So really that game 3, Tribe versus Shock, that's the big game. That's the big one. That's the GG well played. You couldn't witness Mo's greatness? Well, it's all in there. You'll be able to watch it. Folks, we're going to end the day on YouTube at 99,737 subs. Hopefully we can get that last 263 tomorrow and hit 10K tomorrow, or hit 100K tomorrow. That would be super cool. So if you have friends who watch Clash Royale and they've never watched Clash Royale esports tomorrow, bring them out tomorrow. Let's do it. 100K tomorrow. That would be a great way to cap off 10 days of casting Clash Royale esports in a row. It'll be really, really fun to do, so hopefully we can all do that together. As always, if you're watching on Twitch, stick around. We're going to find someone cool to go ahead and raid. If you're on YouTube, the same thing as always. It's so great having you here. This has been a really fun 9 days out of 10, and we're going to have a really fun one tomorrow to cap it all off. Be excellent to each other. Peace. See you mañana. All right, Twitch. 1 second.